When you come early and it works, and then as you start the presentation, it dies.
Well, I'm sure, like,
we'll work through it too, Megan.
like,
Like,
12
oh my
typos
God.
in the presentation after I've looked at it 45 times.
What's that? Good? Okay, so it is January 20th, and I will call the North Kingstown School Committee budget work session to order. The first item on the agenda is to recess into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42464 for discussion of any discussion of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected have been notified in advance in writing and advised that they may require the discussion to be held in open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1. Superintendent contract, session 2, sessions pertaining to potential litigation / legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42465A2, NEA NK negotiations, and discussion of any investigation proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct, either civil or criminal, pursuant to RIGL 42465A4, certified employees A and B. Can I get a motion to go into executive, please?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say
Aye.
aye. Thank you. Okay, we will reconvene from executive session. I'll disclose that there were no votes taken in today's executive session. The next agenda on that item is the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call.
Aaron Earl,
Here.
Wilbur Case, Jennifer Lima, here, Megan Riley,
Here.
Sherry Kennedy, here. I'm totally drawing a blank on the town reps name.
Furtado.
Josh.
Josh, because we have an old sheet here. Sadie McCann. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So today is a working session, so you'll find the working session guidelines per policy BE listed on the agenda. And so I'll just briefly go over those for those who are here. In the interest of orderly conduct, the chairperson will recognize individuals who want to speak. The vice chairperson will limit the time of the presentation to 5 minutes. Since the vice chairperson is not here, do I have a volunteer to do that timing?
I guess that would be me.
Could be any 3 of you, actually. Are you okay with Jen helping?
Of course, she sat in the seat.
I know, right? Individuals desiring to speak on agenda items may speak upon recognition when the committee considers them. Individuals desiring additional information about an item on the agenda should direct inquiries to the office of the superintendent prior to the scheduled meeting. Any oral complaints should be addressed to the appropriate members of the administrative staff and followed through the chain of command to the school committee if necessary. Policy BH, and then all persons seeking an opportunity to speak during the working session shall address the chairperson and direct questions. Her comments to the committee members and members of the committee and superintendent have the privilege of asking questions of any person who addresses the committee. Do we have anyone signed up for citizens' comments today? I'm going to guess no.
No.
Great, thank you. And then moving on to routine items, can I get a motion to seal the executive session minutes today? And as I already disclosed, we had no votes in executive.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to unfinished business, can I get a motion for item A?
Make a motion to table.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, item B.
Make a motion to table.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then C.
Make a motion to table.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
And that moves us on to the main agenda item, which is the budget presentation. And so we will turn it over to the administration to present what they have prepared.
Okay. Well, thank you. We've submitted to you the budget book along with information regarding that, which we'll go over tonight. We'll go through each of the tabs for you to understand the budget that's being proposed. This is a working draft, obviously, of the budget. It's a process that we are going through. What you have in front of you tonight is the budget that we put together after meeting with all of our directors for their departments as well as the principals. Requests that were made for each of buildings and programs. It does not include any staffing requests yet. There is work that we are doing. We are looking at some restructuring. We're looking at ways that we can honor the requests that are coming through with some of the staffing requests. Obviously, all of the staffing requests cannot be put forward in a budget in 1 year, but we are looking at as needs. The requests that were put forward that you've seen regarding staffing and any of those changes are, a result of, the work that we're doing, goals that we have, needs of our students and our teachers and administrative staff. And when I say administrative, I don't just mean administrators, but the clerical staff that we have in each of our departments as well, and the needs that are in those departments, that are district departments as well. So that's work that we'll be doing. My plan for next week is to come to you with some of that restructuring and strategize how we can do some of this without just adding. We understand we can't just add to a budget, that we have to look and see what the needs are with the district. We may need to restructure some positions. We might replace positions with other positions based on what those needs are. But for tonight, Leslie did put together a few slides for us to start with. We'll go through that. We'll go through the budget. I sent a Google form to all of you just to put your questions in. It'll just help to organize instead of like the emails back and forth. So after tonight, if you can just, any questions you have, put into that Google form, and we will work on answering those and getting those responses back to you between the next week's meeting and the February 3rd meeting that we have.
So just to kind of piggyback on what Dr. Dugo was saying, so what the documents that you have now are obviously draft one, what we're calling superintendent's recommendations based off of the meetings that we've had with everybody. So we tried to be very thoughtful in those discussions, and we did ask staff to not only provide us with their operational needs, but non-operational needs, staffing needs, and we really asked them to dig deep and think about, what would make their work more efficient, better for the community, better for the learning experience. So what you're seeing here is kind of a combination of both those things. We recognize that the initial budget that we've put forth is at a high percent in terms of what we would be looking for appropriation, and we know that we have work to do to get that down. But it's important for the committee to see what all of the requests are and how they apply in different areas, so that we can collectively, we can collaborate on finding something that we think is going to be in the best interest of the district. So as we go through this, we understand that this is a work in progress. So this is just an overview of our budget process. It's the same. We haven't really changed anything. It's based off of really looking at the district's strategic plan, the needs of each of the schools, each of the different departments. We're looking at effectiveness, improvement in different areas, efficiency throughout the district. So the process has really remained unchanged. So we're going to just start with an overview of the revenue as it is presented right now in the budget workbook that you have. So I've highlighted what our budget was for fiscal 26, what we're looking at for 27 in each of the different areas, and what the increase or decrease would be in those main components. So we've got our state aid, which thankfully did come out last Tuesday. Originally we did not have state aid numbers, so it was a big guessing game, but we did get our numbers. We had an increase of about $41,000 of actual dollars that will be coming into the district. So that's between our general formula aid and our special education aid, and then rolled into that number is our MOL numbers, which was about 40,000, I think, 41,000. The difference that you'll see here that I just want to point out is this is going to be the first budget cycle where we will see the non-public transportation offset that is going to show on formula aid. What I have done in this budget workbook to be representative of what this is for the first time is I have added that dollar amount to our revenue line as part of state aid, and I have subsequently added the expense that correlates it to the transportation budget. Typically this is a pass-through, so this is important, and I just want to point out that state aid number is not money that is received by the district. It is normally done as an offset off of your bills from statewide. So this number, this total, is not actually part of our true state aid number, which is why I represented the true number as the 13,415,445. Those are the physical, the actual dollars that will come into the town and then be appropriated to the school. That 227, again, will just be on invoices, and we could get up to 227, 857, but it's actually a dollar for dollar match to what the invoice is. So it will come off up to whatever we spend. So just keep that in mind. It's not a true representation. Town appropriation, the number that I have here, you'll see it would be like the required increase of 4.9. That number, the way I've built the budget book, is that it adjusts automatically as we change the budget, so that we can see as we're working and as we're moving things around how that impacts what our appropriation need would be. We could do it multiple ways. There are some districts that put it and say, we're going to put our appropriation as exactly what it was last year, and this is the amount of money we would need to balance it, and you can kind of work backwards. I feel that this is a better representation because it's really showing what that percentage is. Obviously, you cannot put forth a budget that is 4.9%. So when I said we've got work to do, this is what I'm referring to. Revenue. So we have some adjustments that I have made. If you look at the actual budget workbook, you'll see that there is some decreases in certain areas. And there are reasons behind all of those decreases, but I think that they are all open for discussion. They are my conservative view of how I would approach the revenue, but they can fluctuate, as the year goes on. But I would say the investment earnings, the tuition from other LEAs, our Medicaid, and kind of buried in this other sources revenue are areas where we can definitely discuss if we are interested in increasing that revenue to try and make that offset. But I tried to be fairly conservative with these numbers, but I can get into more detail as we go through the workbook. Okay, so when we're looking at the actual revenue in the workbook, you will see it looks like we have a decrease of $161,964. That is because there is no reappropriation of fund balance worked into this budget. So as Dr. Dubet and I had discussed, moving into this budget cycle and with the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, we were not going to put forth our initial budget using a reappropriation of fund balance. So if we think about that, that is $500,000 from last year that we have not factored into this year. So just looking at the different areas where we could increase our revenue, we've managed to offset it to only be a difference of 161. So yes, there is a decrease, but we've been able to think about other ways to move that revenue dial up so that we're trying to cover some of that 500,000. And again, I still think there are some areas that we can discuss. What we've factored in terms of CTE students, which is one of, other than state aid and appropriation, is one of our larger revenue sources, is the revenue from our CTE students that are coming to our district. And based on seniors leaving and freshmen potentially coming in, it looks like we're going to have about 5 more students than we have right now. The good news is that we had only anticipated about 135 students for fiscal 26, and we're really at we're at 145. So we have more students this year, and that will be continuing than we had budgeted for last year. So you'll see a big jump in that revenue, and that's primarily because we have 10 extra students that we weren't anticipating for this year. We don't have the numbers for their tuitions from RIDE yet. That won't come out until maybe May. But just like last year, I budgeted at 1.5%. I think actually last year I budgeted at 1%. I increased it to 1.5 because now the average has changed based on the numbers from last year. So the increase that you see in the budget workbook is a 1.5% increase on those tuitions. We've also already completed the Kingstown calculation, and that's already been sent off to them, and those numbers and that new tuition rate is factored into this budget. So that is complete for this year. And investment earnings. So we are on track to be on budget for fiscal 26. I do have some concerns in terms of what the interest rate might be doing for next year, but in light of the fact that we did have a surplus, and so our fund balance will be increased in this year, I have no concerns with holding us like around that 450,000 mark. I do think this is something that we can discuss based on the average monthly that we expect from now until the end of the year. I do think that we will be higher than that for 26. So it's certainly an area that we could, if we'd like to take some of the pressure off of extra revenue, we could increase this number. So this 450 is conservative. Expenditures. So our anticipated increase this year for everything is $3,123,703. This is not significantly different than our increase from 25 to 26 in terms of the budget. So nothing like alarming in terms of what we're seeing just looking operationally. Our salary and benefits are going up by combined 1.6, and general operating expenses are going up by 1.4. Last year they went up budgetarily by 1.3, so a little bit higher than. So these are some just quick hit key drivers. These were also discussed at the Budget and Finance meeting. Some of the reasons for these increases are employee benefits. We talked about the 10%. Contractual increases, we have salary, purchase services, which is our bus contract that has that new increase built in. Very high rates in terms of like utilities and just inflation across the board on purchase services. God bless you. We have significant upgrades with technology. We have significant increases in terms of our student services. And then we have some curriculum purchases that we put off last year that I think we need to consider including for this year. And this bottom one is not a large number, so I wouldn't say it's a key driver, but it was important. I wanted to list it on here. So you'll see that furniture and fixtures has a fairly significant bump than what we had last year. And this was primarily because in every single department meeting I had, somebody asked for something with furniture. This was a hot topic with, and these are like basic needs: desks, chairs, laminators, things to be able to, teach the students. So I wanted to highlight that and make it known that we understand and we recognize that that is an important ask, and that it is built into this budget workbook already. So here's just a quick hit for salaries and benefits. We have the contractual agreement for our ESP at 2%. We are in negotiations with the teachers union right now, so that is going to be a driver for the overall budget. And for admin, they are, so admin and quotas are all tied to the teacher negotiations, so all of those rates will impact this budget. One thing that I just wanted to highlight, because I know we've talked about it at different points, is that we did have 2.37 positions that were moved out of grants in this current year. So the grant numbers are less than they were, and the salaries in and of themselves going into this budget cycle might look higher because we have almost 2.5 additional positions that are being represented, just because they were not funded by grants anymore. And then the bottom line, which Dr. Duver will kind of talk about once we're done with the general overview, is just the positions requested throughout the departmental budget meeting. So this was something that we did bring up again with budget and finance. We wanted to make sure that it was a part of the conversation that we had 30+ position requests this year. And you've all received what those positions were, what the departments are, what schools they were, and what the fiscal impact is. So just important to note that the overall fiscal impact, if we were to do all 30 positions, which we know is not our intent, would be about $3 million. So obviously it will be a discussion. As we mentioned, in the packet that we sent, the intent is not to put forth 30 new positions for this budget cycle, but just to be able to represent what's being asked so that it's out there, it's known, and it can be a conversation. Benefits, the biggest thing I just want to point out in terms of the budget is based on where our healthcare rates came in last year at over 10%, we are budgeting at 10%. I thought that we should at a minimum budget at what the rate came in for last year. We can certainly talk about budgeting a higher number if we want to be more conservative. I just do not think, though, I would not recommend at all budgeting less than 10% moving forward through this process. So this is going to be something that will certainly impact the budget discussion, but I don't think it's an area of savings for us.
And just, if you don't mind me stepping in on that, just as a reminder for everyone, last year we worked with the town together on what we thought those rates were going to be, and I believe we budgeted 6%.
It might have been 6.5.
6.5, and it ended up coming in higher, and we had to work with the town of how we were going to pay for that. So I think, we're looking at what we know right now. Obviously, as we get more information, as where health and dental may be, we can make those adjustments. But I think we need to be prepared that it's around the same of where we were last year.
Like, it would be smart for the district to consider a double-digit increase. Okay, and I will not go through this at all. This is just a snapshot from the budget workbook, so this is more for public who might be viewing this, that you can just see when we're talking about what the overall kind of increase year over year is, that 1.4 that I had mentioned, how that aligns to each of the schools in each of the different departments. So it was just a snapshot of what was in the budget workbook last year. And it's obvious when you look at this, there are some areas that have some big jumps in either direction that we can certainly talk about in more detail. But it's just a quick overview by department, so you can see the highs and lows for each. Okay, key operational variances. So there's the 1.5 that I was just referencing. If you're looking at the budget book, and you're looking at adding these numbers together on your screen, you're going to see it doesn't jive because the numbers that you're adding up clearly come out higher than the 1.45. That number is also based on the reductions that are in the budget for the expenses that we are paying out to CTE students, so that's why these 4 items will seem significantly higher than that number, because that number is including that offset with the reduction of $500,000 from those CTE students. So just quick hit, the 4 kind of main areas that we're seeing the biggest increases. I will say a lot of the departments, even the ones who have these big increases, did an excellent job of really looking at what they needed and prioritizing the areas that had the most need, and those increases are in those areas of most need. So for information technology, we see this increase of 775,775. That is primarily 2 things. So it is the migration of the Chromebook purchases back to the operating fund. So there were 2, maybe 3, correct me if I'm wrong, years where it was paid for by ESSER. And then last year we did make the decision to use fund balance to purchase those. So this is the first year where they are in the operating budget, and that is a discussion that we can have if we want to continue that. I have some suggestions on some other things that we might want to consider, but I do think that if we want it to continue and be an every year operational expense, it needs to be in the operational budget. So I have included it in this worksheet. We also have teacher laptops. So last year we cycled out and we did all of the admin laptops. This year is now the cycle for teacher laptops. And we're actually proposing a multi-year rollout. So what is included in this budget is just year 1. We have a 2-year option and a 3-year option. I put the 2-year option in the budget. So this would be year 1 of that rollout. We have cybersecurity that we held off on last year, but that we really need to consider implementing in order to be in
We
compliance
don't
with the
have a
trust.
choice with that, because with the trust.
This is
we're
the
at
last year, so the
point,
trust,
so
we do
that.
have to do it this year. And then just overall platform service hardware, tremendous increases in prices. And Chas has been phenomenal, and he has everything detailed out. He has quotes, he has all of the information to be able to show kind of where we got these numbers and why we're taking the approach that we're taking. Because what we are seeing is from like month to month, the costs are skyrocketing. So we built into his budget to be able to account for that, knowing that by the time this budget gets approved, we're gonna have 6-7 months before these purchases are happening. Student services, there are only 2 areas on this entire budget that are accounting for that 727. One is out of district tuitions, the other is contracted nursing services. So we have a big increase in the tuitions, but I think a lot of that has to do with where we're sitting this year. Last year when we did the budget for fiscal 26, even though we went over it, we're finding ourselves in fiscal 26 that we are off, we're over budget with what we have because of our DCYS students and because of placements that we were not anticipating. That said, this year is falling in line with where we ended fiscal 25 and similar to 24. So if we look at like the true need for fiscal 26, if we had budgeted based on what we're actually going to use for 26, that increase is not 600, it's really 300, a little less than 300. But when we're looking at dollar for dollar over what we requested last year to this year, it's a $600,000 span. And like I mentioned, we have DCY placements that we were not anticipating. We have 5 and
159 grand each.
at 159, it went up by $22,000 from year over year. So all of that has to be factored in. So it's a big jump. And then our contracted nursing services, we have, that we know of, several students that will need specific one-to-one nurses that will be required. And we do anticipate at least 2, there's potentially 3. So this budget reflects that we will have to provide that support. Central admin, this increase is primarily due to an increase in the substitute line. And then curriculum, we have the social studies curriculum at the middle school that we did not purchase last year, but we are now at the point where we need to implement that. The I want to say I think the whole 148 is the social studies curriculum. That is for 6 years worth of curriculum. So we've put it in the operating budget because we know that it's something that over the long term we will need to purchase, but it's something that we can consider that we won't be seeing this again in the operating budget for 6 years. So for thinking one-time purchases, this is a potential option.
Noted.
And that's kind of the quick hit overview that I have. Dr. Juba, I don't know if you want to use this opportunity to talk about the positions, or would you rather have me go through the workbook and do questions on the workbook first?
I think, let's do the workbook and go through each of the tabs and sections for the
Sure.
workbook first, please. Thank you.
So I'm going to defer to the committee, just in the interest of time of what you think would be most beneficial to you. We can start with, tab 1, revenue, and keep working all the way there, and you can ask whatever questions you have. We did provide the documents ahead of time, albeit I know not a tremendous amount of time, but I want to make sure that I'm presenting in a way that you'll find most helpful to go through it. So if you have a preference, please let me know.
Thank you so much. Does the committee have any preference, or just go page by page and if people have questions?
Yeah. Okay. So, I will start with, I'm going to skip over kind of that first page, which is the sum of expenditures, because it is just a roll-up of all of the other tabs. And I think it's easier to address, especially like the operating expenses at the individual level as opposed to at the roll-up level, but.
Yeah, that's fine. We can always come back to that too.
Okay. So I'm just going to start with the revenue, and I don't have it to put up on the screen. Are we okay with just that you all have copies of it in front of you to go through? Okay. So on the revenue, for the most part, I have highlighted the main areas that we're going to see that decrease. Again, there's no reappropriation of fund balance. We do have a reduction in the tuition for it says tuition from individuals. That is primarily our preschool tuition. And I'm happy to explain that if anyone has any questions on the reduction.
Can you walk through that, just because I know we've gotten some questions?
Sure.
Thank you.
So, and I first want to preface that in my presentation to the Budget and Finance Committee, I put the wrong fiscal year in my presentation, which I think may have caused some of the confusion.
Okay.
So when it should have said fiscal year 25, and I put fiscal 26. So that's the first thing I did want to point out. So when I am looking at revenue, I always start with our actuals. So now that we have gone through our audit, we have audited financials from fiscal 25, that is my first place where I start, so that I can kind of build up and ask questions and know where to go. So in fiscal 25, you'll see our actual was $98,910. So immediately, since historically the budget has been $150,000, and we have brought in somewhere in that range from 130 to 150 for the past few years, that jumped out at me that we had a significant reduction. So in the conversations with the early childhood coordinator, Dr. Duva, that's when I discovered that we had a programmatic change that shifted the classrooms and the programs and the number of peer model tuitions that we received, or that we were receiving in fiscal 25. And Dr. Duva, correct me if I'm wrong, it was 16, I think there were 16 peer model tuitions that we were no longer receiving.
So there was a change in programming. So we made a change where we had one classroom that was a half-day program, morning and afternoon, and that was an inclusion program. And based on the needs of the students and the students coming in, that was changed to a full-day direct instruction program just for students with disabilities. So typically, in an inclusion classroom for preschool, you have 15 students. 51% are typical peers, and 49% are students with disabilities. So it's an 8 to 7 makeup. So you would have had 8 students in the morning that would have been tuitioned in, 8 students in the afternoon. With the programmatic change during that year, we were down 16 because we had to change the actual program, which is the impact on what the revenue would be for preschool.
And so obviously when we get the final revenue numbers and we have all that, this is well past the budget that we had done for fiscal 26. So when we budgeted for fiscal 26, I don't know if that programmatic, I don't know if I was not aware that that programmatic change was happening that was going to impact the tuition. So my budget for 26 reflected what it would have been if we still had those 16 students. So when I'm doing the budget for this year and looking at carrying over the same type of classrooms, the same number of students, and I'm looking at tuitions, because it's primarily preschool, but there is income from other individuals that come into this bucket, so it's not solely preschool. I looked at the numbers that we had, what we were anticipating in terms of tuition-based students. So the number of students in preschool is higher than it was year over year, but the number of tuition-based students hadn't changed. And unless we change the program again, that number will probably remain the same for fiscal 27. So I budgeted based on what would be a reasonable amount of money to expect based on that current tuition model, plus some adjustments. So it's a little bit higher, but plus some adjustments for the other income that would fall in that bucket. So that's why there's the reduction of 40,000. I do know that Dr. Duva will talk about this at a different time, but in terms of thinking about the program and expanding the program, there is potential to have those tuition-based seats back, which would then, if we do make that decision to move forward and do that, we would ultimately raise the revenue respectively. So that's.
I have I still have questions on this though. So the actual number, I believe, the actual enrollment, even though you got rid of those 16 students, the actual enrollment didn't increase to, I think it was like 102 students in the preschool. So how did that not offset for 40,000?
Because not every student that is enrolled in the preschool is a tuition-paying student.
But there aren't even 16 of them? Like, in other words, out of those, I think it was like almost 50. I don't know what the increase was.
But are you talking for fiscal 26?
Yes.
All right. So as I have it right now with the numbers that I had, I didn't see a significant change in enrollment year over year, so I based it off of what I'm seeing as the enrollment and what we anticipate bringing in, which would be somewhere around 110. So it's a slight increase, which is what I am anticipating unless there's a drastic change in program for next year. So an additional $10,000, $12,000 from what it was. So there may be some, but it was not there was not 16 students. I can certainly talk to the early childhood coordinator to find out which one of them. I mean,
we can look at that breakdown. We know because Bob Jones emailed us today. We just didn't get a chance to look at that. I think that's what you're referring to. And
no, wait,
there was
what did he? I don't know what you're talking about.
Regarding the preschool numbers, what you're referencing with the increase, because his email talked about with the 102, the difference from 87 to 102. When you look at the enrollment from RIDE, it doesn't break down how many students are students with disabilities versus typical peers. So it's some data we'd have to go back in and see when there's an increase from one year to another of that increase. We need to go back and look and say, okay, of that 102 students, how many of those students are students with disabilities, which would be no tuition? How many students do we have that were tuitioned in? And then you got to go back and look and see, did those students that were tuitioned, what were they paying for the tuition based on what the cost is, and then if they were to qualify for free or reduced lunch, that's how we designate any type of scholarships or what the tuition fee would be for that program. So we'd have to go back and look and see a complete breakdown of that by student to then determine what that impact would have been for any tuition from year to year.
Because I am interested in those numbers because I was under the belief that when we did move this program over, our goal is to expand it, but also to bring in revenue versus to lose money. And so far, I think that we've spent a lot more. I know initially when you start a program, usually that's what happens, but to me it seems like we've spent a lot to make this move, and I was really like a little bit surprised, taken aback by this 40,000 because it hadn't. I think it was a little bit brought to our attention in a budget line last year, but possibly around 47,000. I could be wrong. That might be something else, but that's a big number, and I'm wondering if your proposed budget, the 110, is kind of your way to try to offset that. Like, in other words, you're budgeting less than the 150 that you did the previous year.
Oh, I'm absolutely budgeting less than the previous year because based on, when I'm looking at the numbers and I'm looking at actuals, I do not feel comfortable budgeting 150,000 when I know that we brought in 100,000 one year. The likelihood of us bringing that in this year is not going to be 150,000 based on the tuitions and the students we have. I do not feel, unless there's like drastic programmatic changes, that we would be able to source that revenue.
Yeah,
So,
I'm just trying to figure out, like, how are we going to offset?
You raise your prices.
If I heard
So-
you
Well, in
correctly
the-
though,
oh, I'm
right, the fiscal year 26 budget of 150,000 was probably not correct. Because
Oh, it's
that-
absolutely not correct
She
because
included
I
the
was
16
basing.
students.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
so that's what I'm saying, so really, like, based on the program that was in place in fiscal year 26, that budget probably should have been more in line with $110,000, correct?
Absolutely
Okay.
correct.
So
And-
even though it shows a reduction on paper, in reality, it's in line
The
with.
revenue's the revenue,
Yeah.
like, we didn't make that money, we just
Right.
budgeted
And
that
also,
money.
when we adding preschool classrooms, the purpose of adding additional preschool classrooms is to support the education of children in early childhood. We're not adding classrooms to make revenue off
Yeah,
it. We would never make enough revenue off of the tuitions we get for the salary and benefits and supplies that are needed for those classrooms. You're not going to, when you look at a teacher salary, a salary for a TA, an inclusion classroom, per regs, it's 15 students, 8 students that possibly would be paying tuition. You're also required to have a teacher and a TA in those programs per regs as well. So your tuition's not going to offset your expenses. You're always going to be, when you're looking at it, you're going to be putting more out for the program to educate the students and offer early childhood education than you are with the revenue that's coming in. Even if we go and we increase the tuition, which I know that's something we look at every year, you'd have to really look at what that cost will be, and then you have to factor in, is that even now reasonable to charge that for a half-day preschool program or a full-day preschool program, whatever it may be, in comparison to what is affordable.
And then we also don't really know right until we find who's going to the preschool, because we don't actually necessarily know ahead of time
I mean,
how many
registration's-
kids, like what they're
registration's
paying or not,
very-
till they all are accepted.
Well, and there's things we have to factor in, like there are reductions in tuition for free and reduced lunch students, so it's not like we can say we have X amount of students and it's gonna
That's
cost
what I
this
mean,
much
like,
money.
so we
the
don't really
budgeting is a
know-
little different
It's
because you
always-
never know how that's gonna change year over year.
Okay.
And we do factor that in, and when I'm doing the budget, I will go back and look, cause I know that we put numbers in the presentation that we made to the town, what we were anticipating for preschool numbers, and that is my starting point. With how I build this revenue, is looking at what we're projecting for those students, what we have, how many of them are free and reduced lunch, how many of them are paying tuition, and we build that number, and that's how I'm coming out with that 110, and I would be very hesitant to go any higher than that unless we can really see the justification for it, but we'll go through and we'll dig through those numbers again, by all means. And we did discuss the idea of possibly raising tuition. I think one of the concerns was at what point in the process, like, are we too far along in terms of this, like where we are with registering for next year to be able to raise that
So,
tuition? I don't
at
know
this
if that's
point, we're
possible.
not, because I did talk to.
Oh, you did, we got an
the
answer
child
on that.
coordinator about that, previously.
It doesn't say publicly on the website?
No, it says that tuitions will be,
He doesn't say how much.
not when we send it out, so.
Okay. So it sounds like, one, if we, to Megan's point, I'm sure you adjusted like the $40,000 like revenue loss, that's not really a loss, it's just on paper a loss, like that'll be factored in to make sure that like we're looking at other revenue ways to kind of make up that money that we thought we were gonna make up. I think I
Correct.
heard you say at the beginning. Okay.
Yep.
So, and then it also sounds like there needs to be some finalization about pre-K programming and like what we are, if we are gonna offer anything different next year, and then if that does happen, making sure it gets communicated to you so we can factor it into revenue. Got it.
Absolutely, yes.
Any other questions about pre-K? And so we're not going line by line because that sounds sad for us. Do people have other questions that they want to ask about, or things, Leslie, that you specifically want to point out that look funky that you would want to like explain to the committee? So either way, but we don't need to go line by line.
I'll put it out to the committee first, so I can make sure I'm answering your questions and being timely, and then if not, I just have, one thing that I would probably point out, but.
The one question I just wanted to follow up on from the Budget and Finance meeting was the Jamestown students and kind of the number that we thought versus the number that it was and where they're going. Did you get any follow-up?
I do, I have them.
Okay.
I know, it's on a bright yellow post-it note, but I do have them.
Okay.
So we
I
have
made sure.
some, it's early right now for us to know where they're going, but we do have
Or at least
what
how many
the
are there?
enrollment
Not for this
is.
year, from last year, like, because we had a number at the beginning of last year and it wasn't that number, so.
Correct. So,
How many
we-
Jamestown kids are here?
Yeah,
Yeah, so, the number that we budgeted for fiscal '26, was 78 students, and what we're seeing actually in fiscal 26 is 65 students. So there was a big change. But again, we had that offset if we had the 10 extra students coming into the CTE program that we hadn't, so that budget very much balanced out. So we're on target right now, so we're okay. So what I did when I was putting the Jamestown numbers together for this year, we reached out to the finance director over there to find out like how many 8th graders do they have that could potentially be coming in. I looked at the averages of the number of 8th graders that they have, and then typically how many do we see actually coming here. And then I looked back at the last 4 years of what we had for Jamestown students and to see what that trend was. And if we look at like 22, 23, we were at 91 students. Well, and I'm talking general population, not special ed, not CTE.
Yep.
23, 24, we were at 89. 24, 25, we were at 78. 25, 26, we're at 65. So we are seeing a trend downward. So for this budget, based on the number of 8th graders that could potentially come and what that average is, we have 69 students that are built into this budget. So, and that's because there's a large number of 8th graders. So that number was high. So I do still think that 69 is conservative, but I would be very hesitant to go higher than that just based on that trend now and looking at those numbers.
Did we find out, like, so we thought there were going to be X amount of numbers, so did those kids go to Narragansett? Did they go to charter schools? Like, where did they go?
It's a mix.
It's a mix, okay.
of Narragansett, private school, and other CTE programs
Is
outside of
Narragansett seeing their number go up, or we're seeing our number go down?
that I don't have, but I can
Okay.
find that.
Okay.
Other questions regarding Jamestown?
Is there like a time that they have to say that they're coming, like to what school they're going to?
So
think it's-
typically around between the end of February and early March, we get those numbers. It's right around like when we start looking at CTE programming.
Okay.
And I will say, Jamestown keeps a spreadsheet of every student of where they're going, and they share with us what the number of students that are potentially coming to North Kingstown.
Okay.
But it's not until like around March until they really know for sure.
There's nothing in
And
their
then-
contract that says like, there's
No,
nothing that sets a
because-
specific date?
Well, not in the contracts. I don't believe there's a date in the contract, but it all depends on our enrollment. So like when we start doing registration at the high school, that's when we get it,
Okay.
right? So that's why I'm saying it's like end of February, early March when we have that information.
Got it.
Because that's when kids are making decisions of where they're going. Like we know that there are, I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but we know how many students are in 8th grade right now. In Jamestown. 49. But we'll find out late winter, early spring where they're going. We'll also know how many of those are military families that are moving.
I think too, I think some, Jen, to your point, might like be going to Narragansett or charter schools, but also Jamestown is seeing a decline in population just due to real estate
Well-
costs and things like that too. So I bet if we looked at that 8th grade class over those 4 years, it's probably disproportionate, or no, probably like the
percent
same.
is the same.
Yeah, decrease.
That
Like the
comes.
percentage increase would be the same. I
Yeah,
would
no,
guess.
I mean, I get, it was just like, because we had a like defined number,
Yeah.
and then that number was not in, so I'm just wondering
Like, how did we miss on that? Yeah.
exactly.
I mean, I think it's just we needed to factor in every year you're losing. Like we went from 89 to 78, and then from 78 to 65. Like those are big jumps.
Yeah.
Like,
But the
we
class
probably
size might
just
have been
didn't
smaller,
guess
too.
the jump.
So-
Yeah,
I just want to make sure
Yeah,
that
yeah.
we're
not losing because of competition.
pretty much,
Got
yeah.
you. Other questions about Jamestown? Okay. Other questions on the sheet before Leslie puts up the one thing?
One more on revenue. Leslie, I'm trying to find the summary sheet that you sent us, and I can't, so I'm just going to read you my note that I took, and hopefully you know what I'm talking about. I wrote revenues, other district activities, as well as on-site support 1 to 2 times per week. Does that ring a bell to you?
Yes. I know exactly what
I
it is.
thought it might.
And I have a wonderful source here who can get up to speak to that. So, I put that as a discussion item. I am not advocating for this in terms of financially, from a fiscal standpoint, but from a employment standpoint, it might be something that we want to consider. So, that there is in the other income sources. No, is it other income sources? I want to tell you the right line item. Other fees.
Oh, it was a new showroom thing. That's
Correct.
what it was. Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
other fees, so there's $62,000 in a line item. That is Block Island.
Yes, yep.
So we provide IT support to Block Island. They pay us for those services.
Yep.
The revenue is about 60, give or take, I think it's like $15,000 a quarter. So the majority of that line item is Block Island revenue. It was brought up during the budget meetings that this particular contract is a strain for our IT department, and I gave just kind of a synopsis,
Yep.
but I have a much more detailed synopsis of that, which I can provide if you'd like it, if it's something that we do want to discuss. So the revenue is calculated in here. We have a contract that goes, year to year. It would be a long process. I don't think it would be something that we would say, we're going to immediately take out, because I think transitioning away from that contract is going to be a long process. Am I correct in that?
It is very correct.
It's not something that's going to happen over, we can't just decide today, we're not going to have that contract. and
Yeah, we
keep
need
it
to
on the budget
discuss
for
it,
next year.
yeah.
It's something that has to be discussed, so I wanted to put it out there,
Yeah.
maybe not to come out of fiscal 27, but long term, I think it's something we need to consider because of kind of the strain that it now has on our resources that didn't have when we first got that contract, but now we do have.
Yeah,
Can
'cause
somebody
that-
get us that contract?
Yeah, and
I have a copy of it, I can forward it, right? That's,
I sent it to you.
yeah, you sent it to me,
Yeah,
so
but-
you have a copy, I will put it in the folder.
that caught my eye, because the last time I remember hearing about this contract, I remember hearing that the commitment was like once a month, not a big deal, and that was not the vibe I got from reading this.
It's,
So
that is
yeah.
not what is happening.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's something I think we should definitely discuss.
I will put in the budget folder, I will put the full information that I got from Chaz, as well as the contract.
Okay,
So that
awesome.
you can see it.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Was there a thing you're gonna discuss, the investment
Yeah,
earnings?
it was the investment earnings, that is exactly what I was gonna discuss, but do you have a question about it?
No, I don't have a question, I just think looking at past that, I don't think decreasing it, I think we could increase it.
Oh, I would definitely not recommend decreasing it. I think that I decreased it slightly because of interest rates, again, to be conservative. So first round superintendent recommendations, I always try and be conservative because ultimately this is a discussion for us to do. I don't want to unilaterally just say, this is what we're going to do for interest earnings. Especially too because I know that it has in the past been like a hot topic. So I want to make sure that everybody's on the same page. When I look at like where our interest rate is right now, so where it was like last year when we were talking, we were at like over 5%. Now we're at like 3.3. So there has been a drop. That being said, the amount of money that we have that we are able to hold
it's more.
has increased,
Yep.
so we've offset it. And again, stating that we have a surplus that we have going into fiscal 26, we have those dollars. So what we are able to capture in interest earnings is going to help us meet the current budget that we're at for 26 and probably exceed that budget. Not by a tremendous amount, as it's showing right now, but again, how we kind of work with the liquidity of the money in our accounts changes every month. So I put the 450 because I do think that we can count on that revenue. And should interest rates drop again, we're covering ourselves. That being said, could we bump that up? Absolutely. But I feel like that would be at the
Yeah, we'll
discretion
talk
of
about
the
that later.
Yeah.
It's like when we start getting to the place where we're like, bleh, and we're like, we can put another 25,000 in that, it'll be fine.
Exactly. So when we're thinking, like, is this the place that we want to use to consider offsetting the tuition from preschool? Those are the types of conversations that we would be having. So I do think it's something that we can certainly discuss.
Other questions from the committee?
I have one more revenue cost. The indirect cost, you said will remain at 50,000 based on the total dollar amounts expected with the grants, blah, 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 blah. So our grants have like shrunk, and if you were still confident?
It's based on what is in the grant and how much dollars of that grant are allowable toward indirect costs. And yes, based on what is written in the grants and the amount of time that we take to manage those grants, then yes, I do.
So even though ESSER and all the $1 million of those grants are gone?
Yes, because if you look at like year over year, we exceeded that $50,000 and we didn't even take full indirect costs
Okay.
from all of the different grants.
Okay.
So like ESSER, that last year, we didn't take any indirect costs, we used it and applied it toward the D building.
Okay.
So,
Awesome.
I had one question about the rental income, 15%. There's nothing for 26 revenue year to date, and I wanted to know why.
So that comes at the end of the year. So the rental income comes out of whatever their total percentage is. So that's going to be income that comes from the musical.
Yep.
The gate receipts, all of those. So that gets, once we have the final totals of what their revenue was for the year, we take up that 15% out, and it gets rolled in. What I do have as a separate document that's not here is the 2408 account that we talk about, which is the other rental income that's not part of our operating fund. So that you will have.
I was just surprised, I guess, that like we don't at least know where we were for like quarter 1 and 2 for that.
Because we don't have anything, the way the
It's
audited
all-
financial is kind of done, well, we haven't had the musical yet, so there's no funds for that. So the only other fund that it would come out of would be gate receipts. And again, typically, for audited purposes, you do that at the end, because depending on what that, the balance is how you look at it as the overall balance. So because we're using that for operational things and expenses this year that we don't normally do,
Yeah, but
there's
income,
flux.
but that doesn't make sense to my brain though. Sorry, because like, well, like you pay to get into things, right? We know how many people paid to get into X, Y, and Z. It's not 15% of what's left. It's 15% of what's collected. So why couldn't we figure out what we did in the fall in comparison to what we did in the fall in the past?
I mean, I can certainly provide it. I can get you a number.
Yeah.
It's just not how we book it for audit purposes. So
Yeah.
it's not in the system. So when I pull this, it's not going to show anything. But I can certainly get you that information. So
Why
we
isn't it
can-
in the system?
Because it's done at the end of the year.
Okay.
I
That's
know.
weird.
I know. It's,
Okay, no, we can agree to
It's like
disagree
audit
on the
rules.
weirdness.
it's like an audit accounting thing, but
Yeah.
Yeah, but all of this is, you could make that justification for almost anything.
Yes, true.
So,
true.
I don't know why that one's different, I guess.
Is it because it's a percentage of something versus the
No, it's
other
'cause we're
things are
not
more
doing it.
direct amounts?
No, no.
Yeah.
It's just how historically how the enterprise account was set up and how those were done. And again, I can't speak to exactly why because it was done prior to me, but how that policy with the enterprise accounts was set up, it's done at the end of the year. It's based on the end of the numbers, but we can certainly
Do you
change
think it's
it.
policy based?
I will look and see if
I'll
it
check.
is.
Yep.
But
No worries.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the other question is, do we know why we had $6,000 in gifts in FY 24 and 25, and then that dropped off? Like, I know it's hard, but it just seemed like how did we go from getting $6,000 in gifts and donations to very little?
they, so they're exactly that. They're gifts and donations. They come from outside resources. Some of them are, and this can be a little weird, some of them are grants, and it is how, for UCOA purposes, the revenue lines are calculated as a gift and donation, but they're actual grants. So what I can do is I can provide
No, it's
you a
okay.
list.
It's not that deep. That
No,
like,
no,
there's
but-
weird stuff in that line is a good enough one for me on
Yeah.
that one. No, like if that makes sense.
And that really is, so it's a mix of
Yeah.
things. It's not like, when you think gifts and donations, like it could be like, I think the educational fund falls in that category. It depends on how many different things we got in one particular year. Right now, we have not seen a lot this year, so.
Does Feinstein and stuff not go on this line?
I'm sorry, what?
Feinstein, when they
No,
get the money?
Feinstein is it's a different fund. It's not operational, so it doesn't go
So would this even be like if someone just donated money?
there. It's an entire mix of things, and I'm happy to kind of pull what it has been in prior years and provide a list. If you want.
That feels hard, isn't it? No, I was just
No.
curious. Like, it just seemed like a big swing. That's all. But that's fine.
And
$6,000.
Like maybe we get some grant. I don't know.
Get it
Whatever.
right.
Yeah. All right. Other questions on this sheet? Okay.
Okay, we'll go to benefits. So this is fairly self-explanatory, but there are a few things that I will point out. We've already talked about, so health, dental, medical buybacks, supplemental health, all of that kind of rolls into that same 10% bucket. So that's all based off of that salary table, the salary spreadsheet that I provided, the detailed salary table. So that's all built internally in there based on our employment and health usage as of right now. So that's all filtered in, and that's based off of that 10% increase. The retirement, FICA, all based on the salaries, again, from that salary table. So that's all done proportionately to whatever the increases are that we see from STEP for the number of filled positions. It also includes our vacant positions. Workers' comp, I do want to point out, it's not a huge number at 29,000 when we're talking about the increase, but we have had an increase in claims for workers' comp, and so I do anticipate, so I believe the last 2 years workers' comp was budgeted at a 5% increase. I anticipate it being closer to 8%, so that's what that increase is there, and that's just based on our claims. Same with unemployment. So we had a pretty large jump in that we've seen in our unemployment for fiscal 26. You can see we're almost at budget and we're only halfway through the year, so I anticipate that we're going to end up exceeding our budget here. So I did try and look at what we had right now, what we can anticipate carrying over into fiscal 27, and if we're looking at the same trend, I did do that $14,000 increase to make sure that we don't find ourselves in a pickle if we have the same number of employees as we have this year. Does anyone have any questions on that?
Just a comment that I think to budget, even though I know it's the same for health insurance, I think we're going to end up in the same situation as we did last year where we get an increase. So I would lobby for being a little more conservative.
So higher than the 10%? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Jen, because I feel like healthcare costs are skyrocketing.
Do you know what number the town's going with?
No, and we typically, and I apologize for not, we briefly discussed, the town finance director and I did briefly discuss it, but then with all of our work that we were doing for the audit, we never kind of came to an agreement on that. So I will check with the town finance director to ensure that we are doing the same, because we typically like to do that so that if one has a surprise, the other one has the same surprise.
Right.
We're not.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
together.
I think last year was kind
Exactly.
of benefited us that we did.
Right.
So yeah, I would agree.
Other questions on this one?
Yeah, I asked this in executive, and I just have to ask it again because I'm still not really grasping it. So I understand that we went back last year. We had to go back and ask for an extra $285,000 due to the increase in healthcare, but ultimately we ended up with a $2 million surplus. So again, I'm
That's okay. I'm happy to answer that. So our surplus was not primarily from healthcare. Healthcare is one of the things that over the last couple of years we have really worked hard to try and hone in. And I know that the year prior to me, there were a lot of adjustments made during that budget cycle to get the healthcare more in line to what we were using. And then in terms of how I looked at the healthcare for this budget, I looked at actuals. I looked at our actuals and what we were spending, and I took our percentages on the actuals to compare and use it as like a proof method to see how our budgeting, our budgeting tool that we use to get there, are we in line? Is it way off? Are we having issues? So, and I did bring these. I apologize for the scribble on my piece of paper, but now that we have audited financials, when we look at fiscal 25, our actuals for our healthcare were $5,763,879. So what I did is I took that actual and I added the 10.16% because that was our increase for fiscal 26. So if I look at where we should be sitting for healthcare for this year, it would be 6.349489, but we have all of our vacancies filled. So we did not have all of our vacancies filled in 25, so we have to account for that. So there's a little bit of a flux of, probably a good 200,000. So if we think about it, it'd be somewhere around 6.5 is what I'm anticipating. And again, we'll have these projections next week. We'll have a better idea. So then if I look at the 10% increase that we're looking at for our budget, and you add 10% on that, you come up to $7 million. That would be our anticipated based off of actuals, looking at actuals, actual people. When I proof that against our budget worksheet, again, which is accounting for other fluctuations, you can see we're at 7.1. So the numbers, although they seem alarming and they seem high, I think we've done a good job of honing in. Is there still work to be done in terms of that? Absolutely, and I'm happy to look at it again and to keep really refining it so that we get it to a good place. Because we did have some budget in, some surplus, in our healthcare for fiscal 25, but it was not the primary driver of our surplus in fiscal 25.
So thank you. I probably should have clarified that. I don't think that the surplus was due to the healthcare.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's okay, and I didn't express that properly. My concern is that we went to the town last year for 3.6%, or ultimately we got 3.6%. We found out we needed extra, about $285,000 to offset, for the healthcare expenses that we found out we were going to incur. Ultimately, we got that $285,000 from the town, bringing us up to a 3.9% appropriation. Ultimately, though, we ended up with a surplus. So I guess, in general, if we keep ending up with a surplus, but we keep budgeting things and going to the town for more money, now we're, last year 3.9%, the year before that 3.2%, and currently we're sitting, I understand we're right at the beginning, but we're literally already almost at 5%. I guess my concern is that, to me, it sounds like we're speaking out of both sides of our mouths. We're saying we're crying poor. We're saying we need money to offset this $285,000 from last year, and then we ended up with a surplus. I'm just putting it out there. I would like to know how we're going to offset these things. I feel like I'd like to see where we're going to offset the ask for the healthcare costs, and I think we need to work really hard on that.
And in response to that, I know I've said it a couple times, but I do want to reiterate that how I went about doing our salaries for fiscal 26, being very new to the position and kind of trying to do it based on how it had historically been done, not knowing that we were then going to end up with a $3 million surplus at the end of that year. I am watching it very closely. So it is something that I am really trying to pay attention to make sure that we're not continuing that cycle and doing and having these big surpluses. A surplus is always good. A surplus is not a bad thing because it allows us room to breathe should we have emergencies, are there things that we might need that operationally we may not be able to afford. But I don't disagree.
And I hear what you're saying too, Megan, about that.
I don't disagree
so
that having a $3 million surplus every year is also not,
Do you know what the drivers were primarily? And you don't have to answer me now. Like you said, it wasn't the healthcare costs. Do you know what primarily the major drivers were for that surplus, or is that something you can provide?
salary and purchase services.
Yeah. Can we get a detailed,
Yeah.
not off the top of your head, but like at a future meeting, can we get a detailed part about that? Because I think that's the most important part for me to understand is like where, and I know a budget is just it's the best guess, right? And it can ebb and flow and whatnot, but I do think understanding which lines we did miss on would be super helpful because like if it is because of vacancies, right? How many vacancies contributed to that? Like I think things like that can help us better understand why we're asking for X but then only spending Y. And so I think if we could get that at a later, like pretty good detail in that, it would be helpful in us thinking about what we need and also being able to explain to the town council when they ask, hey, this happened, being able to have some specifics.
I can certainly do that.
Awesome.
So when we were finishing the 24 audit and we were looking at that, I was able to break down, we had a lot of vacancies in 24, which caused the majority of that surplus. And I was able to say, okay, these were the areas that we didn't have these positions filled. Some of them were things that we decided to not do in that following budget because we said, okay, they're vacancies, they weren't filled, do we still need them? So a lot of them had to do with like purchase services, but like we couldn't get school psychologists, so we were using purchase services, but we still had the positions. So I was able to provide that. I'm happy to do it again. It may take me a little time. I will say, I believe it was in September, but the last budget to actual that I provided for the year-end close does have the breakdown by roll-up object code, and I believe I attached the breakdown, so I can send that out again. That has the main areas of where that surplus was, and based on our audited financials, it fell very close to in line with what that last budget to actual was from September.
Okay, that would be
So
great.
I'm happy to send that out again so that you can see it. And I do know that when we have our presentation from the auditor, they will point out the main areas for the surplus as well. So then,
Do we know when they're coming?
and that is something that I would need to discuss. The town has picked, and I haven't seen anyone since that meeting, since the audit committee meeting, but the town has picked when they will come to present for the town, and they've asked if, just in the interest and respect of the auditors, if we could have a joint meeting before their town council meeting so that they could present to both the town and the school at the same time.
Yeah, that's fine. We just need a date.
It's February 23rd, I believe, is when they would like to have it, but they want to talk with you.
Most certainly do. Okay. it to the list. Thanks.
Mhm.
Other questions on this page?
Yeah, I have a question about the medical buybacks. If you could just explain that.
Sure. So the medical buybacks are dollars that employees receive if they choose not to take the health insurance from the district.
Sorry.
That's
And
it.
you can explain that to the public if you want. I didn't mean like what a buyback was. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't get to. Sorry, I apologize. I didn't get to finish what I was asking about it. So I'm actually just wondering how you got to the number that you got to. How this year? How did you get to that 200,000 number?
Sure. So we pull exactly. We run. We do it two different ways, and then we tie out. So we pull where we are year to date with our actual employees that would qualify for the buyback, and then we have to look at any prorations that happen because you don't automatically qualify when you start with the district. You have to be here for a full year. You have to be here between certain dates, so we have to look at when that employee is here. So when we're looking at this year, we have to see like who would qualify. Then we also look at the full year, the last full year of healthcare, and what the buybacks were for that year, and we that number is based off of who would qualify from the combination of those two reviews. So that's how we get to that number, and that's assuming obviously that the buyback amounts are the same as they are in 26 and have been.
When is open enrollment?
Open enrollment is done in May, and it's a July 1 start.
So is that why the year to date thus far?
Oh,
is,
it happens at the end of the year.
yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
At the end of the
yeah,
school
yeah,
year,
yeah.
fiscal year,
Yes.
kind of thing. Okay,
Yes.
that's
So ultimately, we're expecting
We know how
more
much work
families
they
to be part of, or more employees
Ba-
to be
based
part
on
of
based on what I'm
the
looking
medical
at from this year
buybacks.
and what we had from last year.
Does
yes.
that mean we're going to be short this year?
No, because it's the combination of two. So like we have to look at, so the 157 is those people that would have had to be here part of, like the way the time is like part of last year.
Well, yeah, or
It's
there could
like-
be
it's
people
like
who
all
weren't
year.
here and couldn't
So-
qualify, but next year they will qualify.
So
Correct,
this year we
correct.
think we'll only pay out 157,309
Right
or
now,
less.
that's based on the numbers. That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah, but
But
you're
then,
just,
okay.
Yeah.
and then you would
Correct.
know if there's, whatever, say 10 employees who couldn't get it in FY '26, but can get it in FY '27.
Exactly, because when I'm looking at it now, there might be those prorated people who are on it and they're showing up on the list, so you would think that they would get it this year, but they don't qualify for it this year, but they will qualify
Yep.
for it in 27,
No,
so
I
I have
get
to factor them in.
Other questions on this page? If not, we'll go on to the next one.
Okay. So, if everyone's okay with this, I'm gonna just kind of skip over the sum salary and go to the sal ben tab, because the sum salary is really just a roll-up from that sal ben tab. Unless you want me to talk
I
about
was
it.
just making a face at this.
Oh, I know, why is it so
I
tiny?
don't know, it's okay.
I'm really sorry
I
about
look at
that,
it on
why,
the computer.
it's normal on mine.
It's totally fine.
I can create a separate document and send it out full size at some point, so that.
Yeah, no
everyone's
worries. I can see it today. And we can always, if we have it in the packet, we can blow it up too.
So, one of the things that I will say about this document, and even though I have reviewed it a million times, there are still some areas that I am investigating just based on how the information is pulling, and like I said, I truth my numbers in a variety of different ways to make sure that whatever way I'm arriving at it, it comes out to be the same. And one of the things, I had a little bit of time to talk to Dr. Santa and to talk to Ms. Russo about some of our vacancies, which I think are skewing the numbers for the number of changes in FTEs when it comes to the ESP and the teachers. Just when I'm looking at
56, line 56. Is that what sorry, I'm just looking
no,
at
you're totally fine. That's fine.
the general under the general fund. So you have 566.8 FTEs, and then 576 this year
Right.
for a change in only 4.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I did it a little differently this year because I was trying to add in grant information, and I was trying to put food service in there and do it in different ways. So I will say that I know that there's still work that has to be done in terms of the FTEs and how that count is happening. I still want to prove that, but in terms of the dollars I've proved out. in terms of what I've done. So I just wanted to preface that. Like, for example, like it looks like we have a change in FTE for line 12 administratively. We did not lose an employee. Last year when I did the budget, I had assumed that when we did the change in supervisor to IT, and we were creating a senior, what was the position?
Senior technician.
Thank you, senior technician. I incorrectly thought that that senior technician was going to be part of the GCB contract, but actually it's part of ESP. So it's not in here, but it's in ESP, so those numbers, like you'll see, like, looks like we added one, and then we lost one, we didn't, it's because I now corrected it in this document. So,
But is the overall change still just the 4? Like, or are you still trying to figure
it was
that out?
the 2 teachers and the 2 TAs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So right, but how it's presenting here, I still need to work on, and I just
Okay.
want to put that out there, that I'm aware there's work that needs to
Yep,
be done.
and also Dr. Duba, like I heard, like this is gonna ebb and flow because they haven't put forward all of their personnel changes.
Correct.
So this is like where we're at right now, but not where the administration will
going
end
to
up.
land.
Yeah.
Correct.
Other questions on this page?
I had one. So the am I on the right page?
I have one. You want me to do it while you're looking?
Is this the substitute? Is this the page that the substitutes are on, or
No.
is it on
No,
another
no.
page? Then I don't have a question yet. I'll wait.
You can note that one. Jen had no questions. On the stipend line, it looks like there was a $100,000 increase. Am I reading that right?
You are.
Do we know why?
So it's stipend and other, and the other is the majority of that. So perhaps I should think of rewording that because I think it's not clear. So this includes stipends. It includes costs for summer school. It includes athletic numbers. It includes severance. It includes
I guess
payout.
that's super helpful, and we should
Yes.
definitely be more. If
That's
you
what
could
I'm
read-
saying
but,
that-
but also, why did you put $100,000 more in that?
So we had, just if I'm looking at like the potentials that we have for severance, I believe was higher. Like that number went up from what it was just based on the potential of people who were going to be retiring. We had the increase in the bus monitor salary that had to be, that's now reflected in here. So
Why would that be on stipend and other?
because that's where the bus monitors are, because they're not part of a contract, so they fall into this. So if you,
Other.
it's, I know, I will rename that. I'm gonna make a note to make sure that that's clear. So if you're looking at that,
Could those be a completely separate? That's salary. Like I know it's not ESP salary or teacher salary, but that's like non-union salary. The bus monitors are non-union salary.
I can work
Like why
on,
wouldn't they just be in that
I
line?
can work on breaking that out.
Yeah, just
There's a significant amount of stuff that falls into that other category because it doesn't have a real home.
yeah.
And it's, again, it's a terrible thing to say, but it's because of that whole UCOA bucket and
Yeah.
how we account for it. So when we build the budget, we build it in a way that we need to also load the budget so
Yeah.
we can make sure that it's accurate when we're doing it. So it's tied to orgs and objects and all of these other things on the back end. So if you're looking at that big salary table that I provided, at the very end, it says like other salary and benefits. That's where all of that number is housed. So there's several different places that had increases that are accounting for that 100,000.
So who's in non-union that's not an administrator?
Because I was thinking too, you probably couldn't put the bus monitors there because they don't
Which-
get healthcare
Can
or
you,
any of the other stuff underneath.
All right, you understand the problem. You will.
Yes, I will.
trust you to figure out what makes most sense. I am not an accountant. Other questions on this one?
Yeah, I just would like some clarification just because this is my first real full budget cycle. What's going on with the merit pay with administrators? Is that just written into their contracts? I mean, we're giving out merit pay?
So merit pay is contractual. It is not a guarantee. It is based on supervisory oversight. It's based on your review from your direct supervisor as well as the superintendent. So the way merit pay works is it can be up to a certain percent of that employee's salary based on the rubric that was created and what that Dr. Duba has for that. And like I said, he has his rubric, plus he takes into account like any other supervisors that would do a review for a direct employee. It is not just written into part of their salary. So it is very possible that if an employee does not perform above and beyond outside of their normal work, that they would not qualify for merit pay. But again, it's at the discretion of the superintendent and based on performance review, like an actual written performance review.
What's the thought process and why we're increasing it by 6,000?
So what last year we kind of made the decision, because we were still talking about what was going to happen with merit pay, we decided, we collectively made the decision to keep it at a flat 2% across the board as like the overall kind of max. So we had a total number of $86,000 that was available for merit pay for that year. The contract states it can be up to 3%. So from a fiscal standpoint, we should always budget for what the max could be, because if the max is 3% and everybody got 3%, so I put it as 3%. So the increase is just because we made the decision last year to reduce it and use those dollars elsewhere.
So this is kind of somewhere, until everyone's reviewed, it could fluctuate, so you just put it to the max to make, because you want to have it there,
Yeah,
just
so
in case everyone does
it's
get
based
their
off of the
full amount.
salaries that are
That's
put
okay.
into the.
Yeah, so it increased because the salaries increased,
Correct.
and so therefore that would increase. Thank you for helping me
No,
understand
that makes sense.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that it's written into the contract. It's
No, it's in the
It's part of the
policy.
GCV
It's
policy.
the GCV
It's part of the
policy.
GCV policy.
oh.
Not
Other
in-
questions on this page? Hearing none, we can go to the next one.
And just the one only thing on that sheet that I want to point out is that what I thought would be helpful, what I did this year is on the side, I included kind of what a top step TA would be plus their benefits, and a top step teacher plus their benefits, so that if we're looking at, you know, positions and having those discussions, like we were having last year with adding the teachers and TAs, we kind of knew what that overall cost benefit, fiscal impact would be for each of those. I just thought it'd be helpful for you to have.
That's great.
Yeah, no.
Thank you. Okay, next page, any questions on grants, food services?
So
Yeah, anything you want to point out, Leslie?
I know, I just, one thing I added today that you might not have seen, it was a request that came out of the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, I believe, to provide a listing of our positions and identify like how it's paid. So is it paid out of operating fund? Is it paid out of a grant? Is it paid out of an enterprise fund? And then show, that way we could identify, say, if there was a position that was partially funded by operating fund and partially funded by the grant, we would be able to do those. So I was able to complete that late today. That was a little bit of an undertaking, but I did put that in a folder so that you could take a look at it.
Super helpful.
And
Yeah, I like the folder too, because you can just go there and find what you're looking for.
so in terms of the FTEs, again, same thing. The grants, the grant individuals, I do know the 14.41. Food service, I'm at 18, as opposed to the 18.5. So again, still need a little bit of work. But I know that typically we don't provide the grant number and the food service number in the operating budget, but it was a request from last year. So I just wanted to know if this format is working for everyone. It was more just to kind of have a visual the same way we look at everything else. And these numbers are not factored into any of the numbers in the operating budget. It's purely just for reference.
I have a question on line 70. I think that's where our workflow is incorporated, the other technical services, correct?
Online.
Is it line 70? We're still under central admin?
Oh, no, sorry. I was on
Non-operating funds?
I was on that.
Oh, sorry, wait, where am
No,
I?
it's okay. I can move forward.
No, we can go to where you were first.
I really don't have anything else to say, so I just wanted to say that I put it in there for the first time as a request. So
That's great.
yeah, that's it.
So line 70, is that where we take out or is that where we get our funding for our workflow at the beginning of each agenda item?
Other technical services. That's Granicus, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I have to make this comment because I've made it a million times. I would really, if we're going to be paying for this service, I'd really like to see us actually use it, because a lot of times all we see is who read it, school committee clerk, and then school committee. And it's always pending or whatever the other term was. And I think that would save us a lot of heartache and headache when we get to actual items to know who the recommendations came from, who has looked over the items, and we pay for a service. So, or let's just get rid of it. If we want to save money and we're not going to be using it properly, most of the time the fiscal impact says NA, and I've written in about that a bunch of times and asked for us to be using it. So if we don't want to use it, that's perfectly fine. I just don't want to pay for it and then not use it. It could be another savings if we're not interested in using it.
Okay. What was that one called? I don't have numbers on this
Okay.
page.
Other technical service.
I have some comments if it helps
But
anyone
where-
on that item in particular.
Yes,
It
please.
is
So-
line
I don't
70 on
I
central
don't-
administration.
Wait, hold on. What?
On the bottom of the school committee, for technical services.
Oh, so we skipped like, okay.
Okay, we'll skip that.
And then the other technical services. And that's, okay, go ahead, Chaz.
So this is, if you remember, I'm not sure, I forget exactly when the two of you came in specifically on this move to the platform. But so this was we had to move off of, we had to upgrade the platform that we're currently using right now. That did get delayed. My hope was to have this done by the end of the actual year. But it's actually, we're trying to adjust these workflows. If you remember, I sent out some emails and you all provided me some feedback on your own concerns.
Yeah.
That is actually currently going through the kickoff, and we're not kickoff, but we're going through the integration on that now. So we can go through this at some point when I have something, when it's done, but we're actually making those workflows specifically right now for the agenda. So what you're still seeing is the old platform, because we haven't cut everybody over to the new one yet while we're building it all out. My personal hesitation was I don't want to do it before it was ready, and then we end up falling back into what sounds like you're describing, the old habit and the way we've been doing it, which has always clearly had some criticism levied at it. So that's where that is. So that's why it's not actually a thing that we're not necessarily using. This is the upgrade that we started this year, and it's just still being made right now.
So my issue is not actually probably with your end. I think my concern is more the administrative end, like when things come to us, who has looked over it? Because if it's, let's say, I'm just picking you, Leslie, like if it's like a finance issue, a finance topic, it should come through. It should say, Leslie looked at it, and then Kenny looked at it, and then, all these people before, but usually it's just like school committee clerk, school committee
Because it's not set up that way
I
yet.
have
Is that what you're
hopefully
saying?
very good news for you coming soon, because we have built it out where some of those items, literally what you're describing is coming.
Right, but that's
So,
something we can, yeah.
But yeah, so.
But I guess what I'm saying is, this has nothing, I don't
No, I know
want
what
you
you
to
mean.
feel
I know what
as
you
if like,
I see
'cause-
what you're saying.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for the
So it
explanation.
sounds like it's not something we can cut from the budget. Is that what I'm hearing?
No.
This
You're-
is the agenda, this is the full agenda piece, yeah, it's kind of,
I think Chaz would be very upset if we
But you're
cut it.
saying it's going to be
After all
easier
this.
for everyone to actually execute what they're supposed to be doing when we have the new system.
yes,
The
and
new
this won't be a one and done. This is our chance, just like anything new, I always take this opportunity, like if there's feedback on it immediately. Absolutely, let's get every,
Okay,
Dollars
so
again.
so we were done with the non-operating funds page, correct?
Thanks,
Yes.
And then on the next page, which is the unrestricted school fund central admin, so go back one page to where we were just talking about. Is there any questions on that page?
Yes, I have a question on substitutes. Or statement, comment, whatever. So there was a note that you made that the subs was increased in fiscal year 25 to accommodate the increased use of agencies for TA positions that were unfilled. Only 2 of those positions are expected to remain inactive in 26. Therefore, their amounts were accounted for in salaries and the line was reduced by the same amount. Still seeing the need for these services, however, so we may need to consider increasing this in the central admin budget. So this goes back to my issue with substitutes in general. And there are 2 things. One was that last year at this time, we agreed that we would look into replacing the ESS contract for the 26-27 school year, which is fast approaching us. And I know that ties into the other conversation about the accounting department as a whole and the personnel there and everything, but we keep coming back to substitutes and the cost of substitutes, and this is a part of it. And then
And
the
it's
other
not
thing,
going down.
what's that?
And it's not going down.
Yeah,
Across the board.
it's going up. And the other thing that we talked about this time last year was the possibility of using long-term subs versus teacher for sub coverages, which is another high cost that we see. And so I'm putting those back on the table and saying, where are we with those?
Okay. So you may have noticed in your workbook, I do have the worksheet from last year that's talking about the long-term subs and how we could potentially.
I'm sorry, let me clarify. Not long-term subs,
She wants to get rid of
building
you.
subs. I want to get rid of long-term.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's on the same point.
Okay.
So I kept the workbook in there for last year because we took it out and it was something that was still kind of like a hot topic that we were talking about in terms of that. But knowing that it was not something that was kind of well received, it's not in the budget. So the workbook is there so that if we wanted to have that discussion about how we wanted to do
Do we get a sense of what other districts pay for substitutes annually? Like, are we, like, because I know we're using a different service than other people, like, can we maybe do a couple quick comps on, like, similar sized districts just to see, like, how far off it is? Because I wouldn't want us to go through all that work to find out, like, oh, SK does it in-house and they spend the exact same amount. You know what I mean?
Annually,
Like,
you mean?
yeah.
huh?
Annually,
Yeah.
you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, but if it's the same amount.
Yeah, just be curious if we could take, and do not do, like, a deep dive, but, like, maybe just one or two just to get a sense of, like,
Should we get the SK and EG?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm no
Should
help
have
because
access to that.
I'm the only other district, my old district is the only other one that used ESS.
yeah.
So I have no point of reference
Yeah,
other
maybe
than
not that
ESS.
one.
No, I'm like, sorry.
I think the other thing, sorry, go ahead.
You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like that would be interesting to know. Like, I know it's not apples to apples, but it would at least give us a sense of, like, are we way over, and then we can think about why.
Not just money though, like how often, like how many hours are they using subs for? Because you can't just look at
Yeah.
jobs.
Could ES
You've got to
well,
look
yeah.
at the.
Well, I also feel like we would have better subs if we hired
Like what our
ourselves.
fill rate is.
Because then we'd
and
have
how many
people who could.
subs we have, we can get like the fill rate and all of that
We can get
information.
chill rate and
Yeah.
how many hours.
Yeah, can we?
Yeah, because I also just think these people would then want to come sub in NK if they want to become a teacher here. You know, I feel like it'd be a good pull to having teachers in the system.
And I think if you're going to look into how much it costs, you also have to look into who would be in charge of the subs. You know, the building admins, or like in charge of hiring the subs on a daily basis.
Well, we have to look, and that's one thing. So we did start looking into that
Mm-hmm.
last year. But when you remove ESS as the vendor who's doing the substitute hiring for us, you now need to bring in-house. So we now need someone in-house that's going to do that between the recruiting and the day-to-day, and make sure that we have the subs to go into the buildings. Because the clerks help at the school level. There's definitely work at the school level that's happening, even though we have ESS. But there's the other piece of the hiring, the recruiting, and then there's the payroll piece too. So
Well,
that the
payroll is another thing that I'm going to bring up.
yeah,
because
so
I
that
think
will
payroll is something we can outsource, and I think we should talk
We can.
about that. Because all I'm going to say on subs again, and I say this every time we talk about this, is we're one of 2 districts in the entire state that use ESS. Everybody else has figured out a way to do it.
Mhm.
So we're paying $2.3 million a year on substitutes. There has to be some money to save in that area. And there's got to be a reason everybody else is doing it. And it can't be because they love it. It's got to be because it's cost efficient. So,
Well, let's start with data and find out.
yeah. We'll grab that data and look at it, bring it back here.
well,
Yeah.
and I just, like, last year we had this conversation and we committed to making that change for the 26-27 school year. And we're staring that down in 5 months. And I feel like we haven't really moved that needle forward, so.
So one thing that I did find out kind of like in my research of kind of building up to this is to look at what is covered by ESS that we would have to have on our own.
Yep.
And again, it's a much deeper conversation. This is just my own personal research, but we would have to provide the actual like sub-tracking. So is it ASAP? I didn't want to call it bucket. So ASAP, we would have to start paying for it. Right now, that's part of our contract. But the workers' comp, the unemployment, and the health benefits would all be our responsibility. So aside from actually like running the payroll, we would be responsible for providing those. And at the rates that we have, and at the level of service that we would have to provide, it would probably be cost prohibitive,
I think
compared to what we have now from those pieces. But again, not as a whole, just those pieces.
Yeah, I think what we were hoping for in that is like, what is that number? You know, yes, but like, is it actually, like, if we did all of that and we pulled it all in house, how much would it cost? And then to be able to make it a data informed decision on if it's worth going with ESS or not.
I think we have one, and it was kind of like, whoa. So
I think we'd like to
let's
publicly say
circle,
whoa, though.
Yeah, let's
Like,
circle
and,
back.
like, you know, be like transparent about like what that would be and why we're making this choice, because I think it's important just for folks to understand that
Yeah, let's go back.
whenever we're outsourcing stuff.
Yeah, and if you come back and the numbers
$4
are
million,
financially
that's
don't make
stupid.
sense, then you never have to hear me ask this question again, and everybody's happy.
You'll have other questions.
I'll have another one.
Any other questions on this page?
Nope. I don't think so. I don't think there was anything crazy on here. No, okay. Okay, curriculum, and so this is the curriculum development piece and professional development piece. It's not actual curriculum, so you do have them separated out just for clarity. So this would be, for the most part, this budget has remained unchanged. In talking to Mr. Mazzanati, what has been done historically is, seems to be in line with what he's looking to do. I don't know if you want to speak to this at all, but we've had very, very little change from year to year on this budget. Slight increases in some areas, some slight decreases just based on actual usage. So I think, but I did, and that's why you'll kind of see an overall reduction. Is I just really looked at what we had year over year over year, and like, were we just budgeting because we wanted to make sure we had money in this in case, or was that our actual spend? And I tried to align those numbers a little bit better to the historical spend. So that's really the only adjustment on this page.
Yeah, I mean, I can jump in here. Typically, when we're looking at district professional development planning, much of that is budgeted through our Title II grant for our initiatives. But these items here, a lot of times, are budgeted for, in-district professional development and also teacher-generated professional development plans. So teachers can submit professional development requests on their own to improve their practice or to attend a workshop that might be aligned to their subject area, and so we have monies available there for that to take place.
Other questions?
Is student trips like field trips?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it just going down because it's costing less, or we're doing different trips?
Some of it is just different trips. Some of it is there was actually a reduction in some of the admission costs and things that were happening.
We also have some grant opportunities
Yes.
next year because there's some exciting opportunities for next year.
Okay. Exciting opportunities.
Yeah.
On the furniture and fixtures line, and where, I don't know what page you're all on. I'm still on the page that has the furniture and fixture line under general administration.
I think you skipped ahead.
Oh.
Did I?
No, it's on the
No,
central
no,
admin
no.
tab.
You're still on central admin.
Yeah, I think I'm behind.
Oh,
page.
you're behind.
Okay.
So you're
Yeah.
on 41. It's row 41.
Row 41, furniture and fixtures. Yes.
Why? So that one says parentheses, admin relocation, which you did not do.
No, we
Then
did not do that.
You have $13,624 in the expense line.
Yes.
Why?
So this will get a little confusing, but hopefully it will be an easy explain. This is the line that we used for preschool. Yes, thank you very much. I didn't know how to say it. So we had originally had money allocated in that line. If you remember, we actually allocated it in two lines accidentally. One was in one place, and then it was in another place again. We removed one and we kept one. This $13,000 is the DA move that was funded this year, that was already approved, but we don't have that budget line because it's ultimately coming from someplace else.
Good talk.
From
Okay.
the
Yes,
relocation
so
line.
that's what it is.
Pre-K,
It's the DA.
got it.
I used the same line so that it was an easy reference, but it made it harder. I apologize.
No worries. Just looked weird. Wanted to confirm. Any other questions on that next page? The fiscal operations, human resources, school committee page. For
Okay, I
PD
see.
curriculum. You guys, yeah.
You
Alright.
jumped ahead.
Fiscal operations, human resources, school committee. Any other questions on that page?
So it's still central admin because she has a paper copy.
Page
No.
are you on?
So I
They handed us a packet. Are you not using the packet?
No, printed version
After I
that she
read
has
that one, I'm like, I'm
shows
just doing that
central
one.
op on 2 pages. Because you're all looking at it online, it's one tab.
I usually look at my computer, but they printed it, so now I'm looking at it here. Okay, anywho. So nobody has questions about those? We talked about student trips.
Yeah, which was skipped ahead to.
So that's the assistant superintendent, curriculum development,
Um,
professional development.
For the non-public textbook one,
Mhm.
it looks like our actuals are like in the 2,033 and then 2,567, but we're still budgeting like almost $8,000.
So
Why?
we can adjust that. That's the max that we can anticipate based on the schools and what they could request for their curriculum. So it's the same, whereas like it could come in as we have to provide $8,000 worth of books. So I budget at what our output could be. We do get some money back from RIDE based on certain things that, they have some allowances where we get a reimbursement for it. But we
Is
don't
that-
know that until after the fact.
Is the reimbursement in revenue?
I believe the way it comes in is that it offsets the expense, but I will confirm that for you.
That's fun. So just to
if that's gonna
clarify,
be similar to like how the non-public transportation works too.
yeah, that's
Coming
a
in
super fun way
revenue,
to do
it's
accounting.
I know.
No.
Because it's
Yeah.
basically a credit on what you owed.
Correct.
Yeah, that's gross.
Correct.
But okay.
Yeah, how do you-
So in theory, we might be, the expenses say 2,567, but that number might include like the money from RIDE that they just took off the bill. So
Correct.
those aren't real, that number's not real.
Correct. So
Cool.
if
Super
I'm
fun.
looking at it, and I can pull the numbers to show you
I
like
don't care that
what
much.
the actual was. But like I know one year it was like 11,000 before we got the reimbursement, then we got the reimbursement, and it went way down because there was a lot of books that qualified.
I
for
lied,
the
I do care. I am curious what the actual bill was
I will let you know.
for 26, after
And I
26.
am pulling the $11,000 out of the
I
year.
know. But now I'm curious, just like so 2,567 is what the district paid, but like what would it have been if RIDE hadn't given those whatever?
Correct. Sure.
And
I
is
can
it
do
that $7,500 or do we have a little wiggle room there?
And do we not really know it until the bill comes how much RIDE's actually going to give us?
It depends. So it's
Like, you can't really budget.
It's
That's
really
what I'm
fun.
asking.
No, you can't. I mean, we can do our best because not every type of book or not every curriculum is covered. So there's like a certain set of books that qualify for reimbursement. It really just depends on what the schools request and what they ask. So you could have a year where they're all using something that's reimbursable, and then you could have a year where none of the things that were requested are reimbursable, but we're still required to provide them. So there is a flex, but I can certainly give more detailed
No, that's
information on
fine.
that.
I get why it's not easy.
All right.
Budget it.
Any questions on instructional materials, textbooks, professional education services? Do we not?
So just to go back to the point that you raised in the presentation was the textbooks for social studies. That sounds like maybe that might be something that could come out. And
That's not a maybe, that's a,
So when we're thinking of, so we never want to do anything that's going to put us in a structural deficit. So anytime we want to even consider using fund balance, it needs to be for those like one-time items.
but this is one-ish.
Yeah, so because what we would be purchasing would be for a 6-year period, we will not see it in the operating budget for another 6 years. So we
Sounds
could consider
one-time-ish.
that as
Yeah.
a one-time-ish.
Okay, yeah.
Again, it's at your discretion.
Yep.
I mean, ultimately, the school committee can decide to use fund balance for whatever they want.
Okay.
But we cannot put it off any longer.
Yep.
And it's something that we could have for 6 years, and then so much can change between now and 6
Okay.
years. But that's not in this budget, that's in the curriculum budget on the next page.
I'm
Or
sorry,
right
I
there.
thought
No, we're on the
confusing
curriculum.
me
Oh,
with
you're
the
talking
tabs.
about
I thought we were
line-
on the curriculum.
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
I am,
No,
but
I'm
it's like
behind.
line 30, because
Yes.
it's like a plus 125, and that's the,
Yes.
so, the social studies
Mhm.
textbooks you were talking about
Yes.
earlier.
Yes.
Correct.
I'm not
Come
saying
on,
you just
classroom
use that.
curriculum, textbooks.
I'm sorry.
Where are you?
Yeah, that's
Curriculum.
what I am.
That's right.
That's, I was on the wrong page.
Okay.
I was like,
So-
I was still stuck on the last one.
But no, that explains the high 125 increase, is the
So-
social
correct.
studies
That is the
for
social
middle
studies,
school.
yeah.
So my recommendation would be to keep it in for now,
Correct.
keep it in for a while.
As
and
long
then-
as we possibly
yeah,
can.
exactly.
It's like last resort.
Yeah, keep
Yeah.
that on the.
Yeah, I would agree, because I feel like, I don't know, it's still,
We will take it out though, but let's keep it in for now.
I like
Like-
your
Wishful
can-do
thinking.
attitude.
Well, yeah. I heard $3 million in salaries, so the textbooks could likely be a one-time cost. we'll just consider that. All right, anything else on that one? Moving on to student services, formerly PPS, support services, evaluation services, tuition, supplies and materials. Any questions from the committee on this?
Why is the decrease in the orientation and mobility services?
So,
Just curious.
well, and I'm happy to share, but also too, if you see any of those little red carrots in the boxes,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
some weird, that I have little notes in there too.
Oh, you do?
Just-
How
I do
cute.
too. So,
I love it.
Oh, you do? How
Sherlock is
cute.
not charging this budget.
Yeah.
I love it. Never mind.
I read that and I still had a question.
Yep.
So,
Oh, all right.
no.
I did not
Like,
know
you
you
can
could.
answer her
and
question.
I tried to take them out of here and put them in the other document too, so that it was a little easier to follow, but when in doubt, if you see the red carrot, it's probably I'm trying to remind
All right,
myself
you can ask
and
your question.
everyone else.
No, it was
something.
like
Um,
literally explained to you.
So in 26, we had budgeted for Sherlock, correct? And we ended up, they're not charging us for this year, so we have moved it to, that budget line has been moved in fiscal 26, it's covering something else.
That's not orientation mobility, that's teacher of the vision services that we're not being charged for. Orientation mobility we still pay for.
It's all 53,208,
Okay.
so it just comes up
That
as.
fits underneath that same UCOA code,
Yes,
there's
sure.
two different services.
Oh, okay.
And that's dependent specifically on students. So for instance, if I have a student that had tremendous amount of need in that era, who let's say graduates, and I don't have another student, then I may not need as much money year to year.
Okay.
Other questions about these support services, evaluation services, tuition, supplies and materials?
And then you talked about the contracted nursing services already. That's why there's an increase, because there's more students that need dedicated
Yes.
services.
We're anticipating 2 incoming students that require, actually they were supposed to come this year. And it was determined to delay a year, so we know we have 2 kids coming that
Okay.
need much more nurses.
I was just pointing it out because you had mentioned it earlier. Thanks.
I just had a question about, on the admin and support line under supplies and materials, it looks like we went from 2,500 to expenses this year over 18,000, and then it looks like we're budgeting that amount, so what does that mean?
I have to figure out what line,
45.
Thank you.
I don't have that in my note, I will need to look at that and get back to
Okay,
you.
that's fine. Just make a note of
I
it.
do believe the numbers are ringing a bell, and I feel like I looked it up and realized, oh, it's Teach Town. I knew it. Okay.
Oh,
That's what it is. Sorry. I'm like, I know that number. So if you look up above when we were just talking about Sherlock, how we had like 59 in that line, and then we reduced it to 12 because we used that line to what we weren't paying for Sherlock?
Sherlock.
I'm calling it hard.
Sherlock
And we
Center.
bought Teach Town. I, for fiscal 27, aligned the budget and put it where it needed to be. So we paid for Teach Town out of, that's where the 18,393 is coming, but next year we're gonna pay it out of the appropriate line, which is that administration and support, that's what the 19.5 is.
And the year before it was out of ESSER.
Okay. That makes
So
sense.
I just aligned the budget, and I wanted to represent, I didn't want you to see a zero and see the money
Yeah.
up above, so I put the actual spend down where it would go, so that you could see the rationale.
Yep.
No, perfect.
You don't, what's interesting is that we would have reallocated that on the budget. Like we change our budget, like where we like, with things like that, but your budget's your budget. Like you don't move your lines ever.
No, we do.
Yeah.
In certain things, we aren't, because we wanna make sure that we are representing things, but like
Yeah.
all of the budget approvals like will come through me, so like we have that in line so that we know, like we've left certain things
Yep.
so that we know to do it for the next year, but for the most part, we,
Pretty
if,
consistently.
pretty consistently, if we have
Change.
something, we, like with tuitions or anything like, we will reallocate the money
Okay.
and do a budget transfer.
This one's just different.
No, there's a few in here that are like that,
Yeah.
and it's just because of how things are being paid, and when I wanna make sure I know what I'm doing for the budget.
I actually
I
think
kept
that
it for my reference, and then when we know, we move it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that one's because originally it was paid out for ESSER, then
Yeah.
everyone thought it was in the CRP, but it was not, and we didn't wanna forget to make sure that we're
Mhm.
budgeting for it every year. Cause that's a yearly cost, I believe that's why it was in there.
So that $17,000 that we're increasing it isn't anywhere else in the budget.
No,
That's an added $17,000 that we paid this year,
no,
but was not in the budget.
let me correct, it was, so if we go up above to orientation and mobility, that was at 59 and is now at 12.
So we paid for a
Alright, so
different
out of
line.
this 47, 17,000,
Is now
Was
down
for
below,
Kingstown.
well, 19.5 is now down below.
oh, got it,
That's done by per student,
Yeah.
so we have to pay for that by
yep,
student.
that's fine, that helps. So that
Mhm.
47 minus 19.5,
Yeah.
okay,
Mhm.
that's super helpful, thank you.
So I know that you mentioned that our DCYF placements are lower than the state average, right? And I think the last.
All of our, let me correct, all of our out-of-district placements
Yeah.
are lower than,
Okay.
not
And
just this one.
I think I remember last time seeing like the special ed population was like either lower than or consistent with the state average, like
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
So my question is, are other districts seeing the same type of like increases in their student services budget increase at the same rate as ours?
Are you talking about the DSWIFE rate?
No, just in
specifically?
general, like I'm looking at like the trend like across like from like the past few years and I'm seeing like, I mean, obviously our whole budget has gone up, but like just for, and I realize that it depends on placements year to year and you don't know, but like the jump from last year to this year is a 30% increase.
Mhm.
So like are other districts seeing that same type of like variation, or are they seeing the same type of steady increase and steady increases in populations and things like that? Or
Yeah.
is North Kingstown and
No, we're not unique in that.
Okay.
I can say with good confidence that we're seeing an increase in need and being able to support, like it, I mean, to me, to have as many one-to-one nurses is a little bit rare. However, I think that we're gonna see a steady increase in those needs as kids are coming up, and that is consistent across the state. It's actually across the nation. It's
Okay.
not just here.
And the
And when we talk about the preschool need and all that, that's across the nation. That's not just here in Rhode Island, and not even just here in North Kingstown. So, yeah, it's pretty consistent with what we're seeing. And we are overall, our numbers as far as percentage for special ed is typical. It's average. I think we're slightly below the state. But for out-of-district placements, we're significantly low. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. When we have about 3% of our population that are in out-of-district placements, and the state average is 5%, which that
and
is
at
pretty
$100,000
significant.
a
And when
pop,
you're
it makes a
talking
difference,
about,
yeah.
right,
Yeah.
when you're talking about how much that is per student, yes.
Yeah.
And I think I gave a breakout of average out-of-district placements. Just so you're aware, to do that, for instance, the one I labeled severe and profound, we took the average of multiple, we have like 3 different placements we use for that particular category, and we gave you the average of what that costs. And that's not including transportation.
Right.
Great.
That's an add-on.
Okay.
Anything else on support services, evaluation services, tuition, supplies, materials?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could explain what Special Education Tuition Collaborative is.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
It's just again, we have a lovely UCOA reference. So this was for things like West Bay, is it West Bay Community Action? I might be calling them the wrong thing, but there's
West Bay
there's
Collaborative.
there's a subset of places that fall in what like RIDE considers an out-of-district placement that we had. Some of them have dissolved and don't even exist
I
anymore.
think the Northern Round Collaborative is no
Like-
longer.
like doesn't
What it
exist
is.
anymore.
Something around covers doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and just based on, again, this is feedback from Dr. Santa, like, we didn't have anything that happens to fall in that category for this year or this upcoming year. So that's why it's at 0, but it's just a different subset of what they consider like out-of-district tuition. It's just
So
broken out
are
by
we gonna
RIDE.
see a $21,752 like not spent this year in our FY26 budget?
I don't have anything that's listed for there, so unless, I'll check with Deb.
I don't have anyone today.
Right.
Potentially, I could have one at the end of the school year.
Mhm.
So I would recommend putting in at least that one tuition.
You have nothing in right now.
Right.
Okay, I will put it, we have nobody there.
You all can figure that
Because
out.
we're doing our own programming in general, folks haven't been asking for additional.
I was finding you $28,000 in your budget for this year.
I was,
That's
and
where
I
I was going, Rachel.
I was along those
Okay.
lines. I was like, this is.
But you're
I
saying
mean,
those are
but
kind of
just-
like
yeah.
special places outside
But there
of
could be,
even other
something could happen in
placements.
April or May and you could need that money.
Potentially.
All right, anything else on these pages? Support services, evaluation, tuition, supplies, and materials for admin. Okay, moving on to information technology. Any questions regarding that?
I had,
I was actually, sorry, real quick, I was gonna say, not that I don't wanna talk about this, but I know I'll take it, Michelle will take it after me, and she gets up way earlier than me.
Oh,
Do you mind?
nice.
I'm willing to
Chaz
pass
is,
that.
asking
to
us to
let
do
Michelle go
transportation
first
first, so Michelle
for
can go
transportation.
go to sleep.
I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to do that.
Michelle, you don't want to stay here all week? Just kidding.
Okay, transportation, because Chaz yielded his time. Any questions regarding this one?
I had one. I noticed in the comments that the cameras that are installed on the buses have an annual fee. Like, didn't we just approve these and it specifically said in the RFP and we specifically asked the question, and so how did that happen?
The straight answer is, I don't know. I was not aware that there was an annual fee. When I proposed it last year in the budget, I proposed it as a one-time fee. That's why we used fund balance and as it was done. So
What line is
But
this?
we just approved, this
It
is
wasn't
when
in
we just
there.
approved the
Yeah.
RFP, and we specifically asked this question when we approved the quote, and we were told, and it was in the paper, so how did that happen?
Well, let's follow up on that.
Which one is this for? Sorry.
So, and I know the exact
What's
one
it
you're
called?
talking about because I remember
What?
talking about
What
it.
line is
I don't
it?
know what
I'm trying to
line.
find it.
No,
It was in the blurb that you, like, it was in the,
Yes, because I
Yes.
wanted to make it clear that I was not aware.
Yeah.
And
Is it tech software transportation, 40,000?
it's
Increase
so
of
it's
12,000
Samsara
maybe?
and Versatran are combined in the same one, so it's not that full amount.
Yeah, it's a $12,000 increase that we didn't know about.
Yes, so
Super Bowl.
when we were presenting the RFP, my understanding from the RFP was that, and I remember us having this conversation of, are we paying for the cameras, like,
Yeah.
how is there no installation fee, because then Chaz was saying, it's not, it's all part of the package.
We're gonna follow up on that.
Exactly, my understanding
Noted.
was that it was all part of the package.
okay.
And I have since learned, so I wanted to make it clear that, and that can be my failing on not fully
We'll check.
understanding it last year when we did it, but there is a fee that comes with it.
You're not the only one that missed that if
Yeah,
we missed
no.
it, but we will circle back on that because we have documentation. I made a note in my very long list
Okay.
of
That
things
was
to
my only
follow up
question
on.
on transportation.
All right, anything else about transportation? The,
Oh, I lied. I had one other one. So, sorry, I'm speaking. I noticed, so, you know, when we're showing like increases in like contractual rates, you know, like for teachers and, you know, ESP and other thing, like we're showing like an increase. I did not see that reflected anywhere in transportation, like an up. Why is that?
Okay, so, part of it, I don't, so if you recall last year, it took me a little while to kind of like dig out from how transportation was being billed. And I think that there's still a work in progress in getting things to align and be in the right budget areas. Even though we had a % increase with our new contract, which we did have, I think the way we are billing now with that new contract allows us to much more accurately budget in specific line items. So when we look at what we would actually need to satisfy that bus contractor line, it's based on the specific, it's the amount per day per bus times the number of buses times the number of days. So we can, it's very clear, and that's what it is, and that's where it bills. Whereas before, there was a lot of fluctuation. So to be able to really pinpoint what our cost would be was very hard. There was bus overages, there was a lot of different things. Now it is much easier to say, this is what the expectation should be based on that. So I have adjusted, so it looks like we have a decrease because I do think that we've kind of moved the money around in different places for our bus contractors. So that's why the increase is there, it's built in. I just think we've put it in the right buckets now.
Okay, because yeah, this is showing like a decrease, which is odd.
The overall decrease
Yes.
is coming because of statewide.
Okay.
So that,
So, and, so that's not in here, like, because
but there's no
notes.
other line.
there's no, like, is the,
Well, because some of the contractor buses moved to statewide, right? Like
Correct.
so that's why too. So like
So
last year, we were paying for buses, our buses, to take people to parochial school, and now statewide is, so it got moved to a different
It's
line.
like in a different line and how we're adjusting it.
yeah, so something's not, and like, where is like the, like, I thought last year we had like a line in here for McKinney-Vento, transportation. I don't see that here.
So that's part of
Special ed.
the line 43. DS is displaced student.
Okay.
So so if you look at the two lines that are statewide, so we've got
And that's
non-public-
going down?
So yes, based on what we have in terms of projections from RIDE. And that is all we can go on, is based on the number of students we have riding this year and what the projections are. They have not provided us with true fiscal 27 projections. Which if you remember, last year we went off of the projections they gave us, then we got new projections that were astronomically higher. But Michelle and I went through and looked at the number of students that are riding, the anticipated number of students that would be riding in the coming year. We looked at the number of like special education students that we have riding the buses, and those have decreased significantly. And we actually, she anticipates we may be able to not have any special education students using statewide next year. So the two big giant decreases are with statewide, which account for $230,000 reduction of that overall budget. And like I said, we've done our best effort at going through and looking at ridership and trying to base it on that, but at the same time, our projections could go back and could be very different. But
So what lines like fell into the statewide 50 parochial private, like where you see the 180?
so that was up. So that 180 would have normally been up under bus contractors.
But
Can we get a breakout
Yeah,
of
that's
what
not-
that, of like, at least for this year, showing down below, like what amounts were,
Like where they were previously.
and like, and show like the offset of just like the total, you know, like break it out by what the expenses were last year, you know, for what is now shifted to statewide, and then just a summary that shows that it's all being offset, because it feels like this is understating maybe, right?
Yeah.
What are, are the actual expenses in there,
no.
right, or those have come out also?
So
We will deal with this later. We're not dealing with this at 9:30
Well,
at night.
and just so you know, we haven't received a bill from statewide. We've only received September, so we don't have any invoices for this year.
Okay.
Right? September is the
Yeah,
last
that's
one
the
we've
last
gotten.
one.
So I mean, this is a tough one, which is why we really tried to dig in and work through it ourselves.
September.
And we only received the statewide like a month and a half ago.
Yeah.
The invoice from September.
Yeah. This was a tricky one, but we really,
Yeah,
we
okay.
didn't,
We'll talk
we
about
didn't
that.
just like grasp at straws. We really tried to like
Okay.
play out the
Anything else for
scenarios.
transportation? But we will be circling back on all of that.
Okay.
Just to, like, there's a lot in that one.
So-
Anything on what's on the paper, questions or thoughts? Megan?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the staffing needs now, under the transportation staff needs. So I'm just trying to understand this. Minibus drivers, the 2 positions that were unfilled for 26 that are on the kind of like ask list, and then bus TAs, the 2 of those. They would not be considered new positions, correct? Like in other words, out of these 30,
So they're not considered new, however, they are not factored in right now to the budget that you have in front of you because we made the decision to
They're
not-
part of that $3
to-
million of.
Yes, so
personnel.
we made the decision as a district to say we're not going to fill these because of how we are utilizing the bus services right now, which is how we would intend to use them next year. If we want to do something different with the buses, we would then have to have those back. So like, when we pull our salary and we pull the information, it's based off of what we have right now, and those positions are not in there, and they're not on the vacancy list. Like, I don't have them listed.
Like we're
because we would have to-
functioning without them
We
this
would have to
year.
reinstate them and do something different with our buses, or it's an additional ask.
but we budgeted for them in FY26 and we just never filled them.
Correct, we couldn't fill them.
Right, just-
And then we made the
that's not what
decision
I
not to.
So it was, can you just tell me which 4 positions?
2 minibus drivers and 2 bus TAs.
So they're, okay. We'll circle back on that one too. Great.
Yeah, I was just kind of wondering, like, so did that money go back?
No, just to kind of like a refresher is we had, when we made the presentation to go to statewide, the anticipation was that we would be able to eliminate 2 large buses, but based on the routes and the needs and what we had, we were not able to eliminate those 2 large buses, and because in fiscal 26 we have to pay for our parochial school transportation, it's not, that offset doesn't exist yet, we made the decision to not fill to keep those positions unfilled, so that we had a balanced budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on
And if
transportation?
it's helpful, we had a memo when we presented it, I can forward that to you again, so that you can
Yeah,
see the rationale.
Sure.
Just put it in the folder.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just, that would be helpful, like, I don't need it in my inbox, but if it was in, like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
so there's a presentation and a memo.
Yeah, that'd be great.
In the budget workshop Google folder. It's like where everything is you'll need.
all right, other questions about transportation?
Rejoice.
All right, bye, Michelle. Back to Chaz. I said to Dr. Duver, my recommendation is that we stop after other operating expenses before we get into the school, like,
Yeah.
ones, because, like, it's 9:30 and we're not gonna make it through. So if everybody's okay with that, we'll get through the ones that our administrators are here, so athletics, transportation, those, and then we'll stop before we get to the high school and we'll pick that up next week. Is that okay with folks?
Yep.
Time-wise?
Sure.
And if you wanna stay till midnight, I'm always down, but.
I am fine with
I don't
not
think
staying
that-
past
yeah.
10 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay, so information technology, back to Chaz, unless you would like to defer to other colleagues.
No, I think we're-
Trying to be everybody's favorite. I see what you
Like,
did
I made a
there.
terrible mistake.
Okay, questions for information technology?
Chaz, I think you might win for largest budget increase this year, so I don't know if there's like the rotten apple pies,
We
but.
did defer a lot of his stuff from last year. A lot of his stuff last year.
I could beat it. I could add more.
He definitely did. My only.
I just gave you, we did cut a lot of your stuff last year and told you that we couldn't do it last
We
year,
did,
so.
we did. My only comment, and I just want to toss this out because I just saw this in Newport, is they have a sponsorship for their computer labs. And they have raised a decent amount of money. I think one school raised like 10, another school raised like 50 by sponsoring equipment in their computer labs. So I just want to put that out there for everybody.
Who was it?
Tell me more,
Newport.
tell me more.
Yeah.
It's Newport,
Newport?
yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I saw that there was a note that we need to upgrade the devices in the computer lab. And it's gonna be about $105,000. So I know we have,
Computer lab stuff?
might be people,
Yeah.
might be something to think about for North Kingstown.
It's not
And
just
Newport can do
programming,
it, so
yeah.
can we.
Do you know who they had?
They had families, they had companies.
Oh, so it wasn't like
Yeah.
one big company
Yeah,
that
no,
was like,
they
hey,
had
well.
like, no,
Same
they had
foundation
like,
stuff.
they had different, yeah, you get a little plaque and, yeah, so just food for thought.
I like that.
I like this thought.
Does not sound great for you, Chaz, for your budget
Yeah.
request, but.
Oh, he will be elated
Makes
to
sense.
know that he can do that. He does everything he possibly can
I
to
know,
keep
we're
this
just
as
gonna-
good
we're
as
just
possible.
Other questions regarding this one right now? And so in that hardware replacement, equipment purchases, I heard you say, Leslie, that this is, the number that you put into the budget was the 2-year plan for the rollouts of the
Yes.
computers?
Yes.
But there is a 3-year plan if we feel like this number is not attainable.
Correct. There is a 3-year plan. Correct me if I'm wrong. The only concern that we had was the quick rise in costs for these things, that it would save us money. Well, it would look on paper like we're saving money when we have this amount over 3 years. But it's possible that by the 3rd year, the prices could be so high that it ends up costing us more, right? Am I
Yeah,
correct in that?
we're having a really good 5 years in terms of technology pricing. So obviously lockdown affected a lot of things. Last year, some volatility affected our potential pricing, and this year, artificial intelligence. To make it quick and short, we are no longer purchasing against other schools and using our purchasing power against them to basically beat them. Pretty much everybody, even the common consumer, is competing with Microsoft, Google, OpenAI. They are consuming material at a rate that the system is not built for. So hence, these numbers are rather large. Quite honestly, it is intentionally, because some of the increases we've been told are anywhere from 15 to 40% across the next 6 to 7 months. So these numbers are what I expect. If those trends are true, that's what I expect it would be if we purchased in July.
How long would a human keep their computer in a K-12 school district?
Right now, they're going into year 6
Yeah.
for the teachers. We would
So similarly to our social studies textbooks, this is a cost that we might not see in a budget for a little while.
For teachers?
Yeah.
For the teachers? Correct.
Well, you'd see one next year, but then like if you split it in half. So that's something I think we should think about as well, because
For along the same vein, we rip the Band-Aid off and we say we're going to replace all of them at once in 1 year, one hit, and then it's not 6 years and then a year after, like where we're staggering it again, and just say, we're gonna do it all at once.
Is that number double then?
Correct, yes.
So it'd be,
So it's 205, so it would be 14.
what else is in the 682 number then?
The Chromebooks.
The
So we
student
migrated the
Chromebooks.
Chromebooks out. So we had Esther that paid for it for 3 years. Last year we used fund balance, we migrated it back. And that's, I have some suggestions of what we could do with that.
Okay, so we'll deal with that later.
Yeah.
But every year we're buying student Chromebooks for.
But if we are
the-
going to continue
1.6
to
and
buy
something,
Chromebooks every year on the cycle,
I listen,
All
Jess.
right.
if we're gonna buy Chromebooks every year on that cycle, then it really should be in the operating
Oh
budget.
yeah, that's, yeah, but the teacher ones
The teacher
are
ones,
different,
Or not,
so
so,
something to think about.
or even the,
the
right.
Chromebooks account for about 200, is it 250 or 280?
I'm just
I'd
saying.
say I'd say
I'm just
280.
saying.
Yeah, so I would say 280 is the Chromebooks, 205 is the laptops, and there was 105 for the computer. Oh, excuse me, computer box.
Okay, so 105 for the labs, 280 for students,
Chromebooks, student Chromebooks.
and then the other
And it
was the
100
teachers?
105, it's 35 per lab, and there's 3 labs.
I missed the middle number, sorry. 280,
205.
205, thank you. All right, any others for IT? Okay. In the interest of time for October's SAT base, let's go to athletics next. You're faded there, buddy. Let's go there next, and then we can circle back to facilities if nobody minds.
No.
Okay, athletics. Any questions regarding that
I
one?
did have a question. I had a question. What is the other professional services under athletics?
Is that Rhode Island Interscholastic League? Rhode Island Interscholastic League.
Tell us more, because it's $200,000 more than we normally pay.
20.
20,000 more.
20. It
20.
went
Oh, no,
from-
no, it's just,
You just moved it?
we moved it.
You
We
moved
moved it to the.
Yeah.
Is it the net 1490?
Oh, it went from
Yeah, there
ORP
was an
up to-
increase, but it's just moved because,
All the officials come out of the same pot now.
yeah,
It used to be middle school officials,
they
high
used to
school
have it
officials,
broken out.
paid
Understood.
two different ways, now it's all together.
Because they're all part, because middle school,
It's
like,
all
this is the
Rhode
part of Rhode Island,
Rip
it's
Cole went away, and
scholastic.
it's now all
Got it.
RIA.
So
Yeah,
that's
so if
why.
you look, we've got like, officials is at 56, you know, like, has like a little thing, but we broke it up, and then there's a big jump from the bottom. Yeah, it's just moved around.
And Dave, while you're here, I have questions about the positions that you put through.
Sure.
Is there, so I totally get the ask for the co-coach for the track teams and everything, because the number of people, like,
Supervision and
it's a lot,
safety,
right?
yeah.
I get that. Is there a ratio that you use in determining, like, how many coaches are needed for, like, teams that have multiple?
There's not a ratio per se, because it definitely is specific to the sport. Positions, different types of coaches. I mean, football is way different than, say, baseball or hockey. But when we get in numbers over 50, 60, if they're all doing the same thing, so if they're all in the same area and they're all, you know, you're not coaching differently amongst the sport, then
Yeah, I get it.
there's no definitive ratio, no.
Okay.
So to answer that question.
There's thought process, but not.
But
In,
not-
in
No,
track
one-to-one.
and in cross country, when they're all in a centralized location, yes, 1 per 100 is just too much.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why I asked for 2.
Okay,
That said, it all depends on the sport.
okay, I get that. And then my other question
I
was.
would imagine transportation too.
Yeah,
Buses without.
without.
Correct.
Like if you're on multiple buses, you need multiple adults to ride said
two-
buses.
with-
And that's, and Michelle we could have talked about that as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to make that work is
Yeah.
usually.
And I think too in the middle school, just because my kid, like the kids don't have to try out, so like the amount of kids that are at the cross country, like
Yes,
is
it's.
over
Which is very beneficial.
No,
yeah.
I'm
But
sure
I
there's
can
a
see
lot
why
of-
you want 2 adults though,
Yeah.
because
Oh.
having 1 adult and all those kids.
Yes.
You don't want to limit students' opportunity. It's a great opportunity for them to
Oh
get
no,
involved
not
in
at all.
sports.
But you
Absolutely.
But
definitely
that's
need
why
to
your
have.
numbers
And we
are.
ran up against that in
Yeah.
previous years because we needed multiple buses.
Yep.
Yep,
To get our track kids to a meet, and Michelle, through no fault of her own, is like, I can't give you another one.
right.
So we'll have like, Davis will take one, Woodford take one, and then one come back and pick up the, it's just,
It's a
That's something we work out and we figure out anyway, but having those extra adults, we
Yeah.
have one extra adult per team.
But
Yeah.
those aren't in here right now.
No, but I wanted to ask him the question about it while
Yeah.
he was here. And then my other question was, I saw the ask about Licio Field. Did the ask go out to the other teams, I don't know if you know, who also use that field? Because I know like the town, like there are like.
I don't know who else it went out to.
Okay.
It was more of a talking point,
Okay,
whereas what we do use, for the cost of nothing and
Yep.
what's available to us,
okay.
is it kind of came as a consideration for me.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering whether, like, because I know we use it, I know it's a great resource for, I just didn't know if, like, the Little League teams and, like, the softball teams and
I'm not
softball,
sure
baseball.
who else was
Okay,
part of
okay.
that conversation.
All right, that was all I had, thank you.
Thank you.
Was there, I didn't get to read everything that came through. Was there a narrative about the uniforms and supplies?
No, that, yeah.
Just clarification on
Kind of,
the,
it was just that it was like a one-time expense and we should put it back. But no, it was a regular expense, so we should not take it out of the enterprise fund like we did, we should put it
So
back in the
last
operating
year,
budget.
the intent was we were trying to spend down the enterprise
Yeah.
fund, so we made the decision to put that in there
yeah,
for
which is
1
why we
year.
had nothing budgeted in 26.
Correct,
But
and
then
we,
we're
we
just,
did say that it was for 1 year. It
Yeah.
was just to spend it down,
Yeah.
which we did, and we purchased out of it.
Yeah.
And so then I put it back in and I did dollar for dollar.
Yeah.
So we took out 30, I put 30 back.
do you have, David, like a rotation of how they get new uniforms?
We
So
do.
like out of that 30,000, like this year would be track and tennis, and then next year it's football and whatever, like it,
We
that's how
do,
it rolls?
yep,
Yeah.
and I have my teams who are up next year. The reason why it's a bigger expense next year is because of boys hockey. And, speaking
But
as
girls
a.
hockey don't, are they
Well,
in a
we're
different rotation?
co-op with 4 other teams,
Mm,
so it's
fewer
it's-
students,
Exactly.
understood.
That said,
Hockey
one
stuff
set
is
of
expensive.
boys hockey jerseys can cost us roughly $6,000-7,000.
That's what
So
my
we
kids
would
did play
probably
hockey.
do one at a time.
I'm just
But
saying.
yeah, we do it on a 5-year to 6-year
Yeah.
cycle
Yeah.
rotation. This obviously predated when I did arrive, so we're now playing a little catch up.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've done a good job with that. It just so happens next year, a couple more expensive girls lacrosse, boys hockey, those tend to be more expensive
Mm-hmm.
uniform purchases, to the point where we may only do one set of boys jerseys and then do the other set another year just to make it feasible. But yeah, there is a cycle. Sean and I
Yep.
stay pretty rigid. We get requests all the time. We have to keep it to that 5-6 year.
Yep.
And some,
So is that why we're getting external funding? Like I saw that somebody bought Woodford Middle School stuff. I saw, like, they were asking parents for money for cross-country stuff. Like, is that where that's coming from? Is that they're
Not
feeling like they
necessarily,
need it?
no.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, and I think this conversation goes well beyond tonight.
Most do.
I buy the needs.
Yep.
Uniforms are needs.
Yep.
So no matter what sport it is, if it falls in the cycle, teams should never be required to fundraise to buy uniforms.
Yep.
The process that I inherited was, yes, we buy uniforms, but if they want something else, maybe a third jersey, maybe an alternative,
Yep.
let's fundraise to buy it. I'm not entirely on board with that process.
Yep.
And that, again, that's another conversation, certainly not for 9:45 at night. But when it comes to uniforms, they're on us,
Mhm.
and it shouldn't be anything else. There's a little gray area with that, and that's something I feel like we need to streamline throughout. We inherited a process. I inherited a process that was, we buy the need-to-haves, you raise money for the nice-to-haves, and sometimes that nice-to-have bucket is, ooh, we want these. It's not, the optics aren't good. So that's a process
Good.
that I
That-
really feel
that
like we
helps.
need to put out there.
Yeah, because I think for me it's important that they have what they need to play, but
100%.
also figuring out what that line is. Maybe having some sort of like list of by sport what the provided things are. Like I remember there was something about
I have
swim
that.
jackets and
And
stuff.
I have that.
Yeah.
So I just want to follow up on that because obviously, you and I have had some emails back and forth about this with the confusion from the fall. I hear what you're saying, but I'm also one of those people who's like, what action will be taken, like concrete? Because I think it was just a miscommunication with, the process versus some of the coaches. And so I just kind of, I feel like there was really, to me, no resolution given. So I am wondering, and when you're saying kind of like nice to haves, the actual confusion this year was with a uniform. It wasn't like a sweatshirt or a jacket that they wanted extra. It was an actual additional uniform.
I think it fell into the category, and I respect that, and I would love to further this conversation. I think the communication piece was they didn't want what they had. So over the last 2 years, I spent $1,500 at Wickford and $1,500 at Davisville on interchangeable cross-country and track dry wick shirts, and they wanted tanks, they wanted Razorbacks. So again, kind of staying true to what had been done prior. Well, we're going to fundraise and we're going to buy them ourselves. That's the piece that I don't want to say it's lack of communication. I think it was, well, it's what we've always done, and that's where I feel like there needs to be a hard and fast protocol that we're not doing that. Like, we will buy the uniforms. We tend to, we try to give teams and coaches as much say as possible, like to the point where we'll have kids come in and try mock-ups, and then this is, okay, you know what, we buy into this, granted new kids are coming in and those kids are leaving, but this is, we give students a voice, we give coaches a voice. I just feel like we have to make a district athletic department decision. This is how we buy uniforms. So there's some gray area. Some teams like an alternative set, like hockey's big on a third jersey, and so lacrosse bought, you know, before I got here, lacrosse bought uniforms that they had their names on the back. So it's like, there's a gray area in there, but in terms of what teams wear to represent us, those are need to haves. Those should be budget. Those should be items that come out of a budget.
Yeah, and I fully agree, and that's kind of why I'm just like, okay, so what is going to be the resolution?
Well,
so at
can
some
I
point,
add to that though, because my daughter did cross country for 2 years. It wasn't uniform. Like, all the Davisville kids had 3 different uniforms, and I think that was where it all came out of.
But I don't know where.
And
that
there's a lot of
fell off.
kids. It's like 100 kids.
So again, I don't know
Just
where that fell off. So when we supply, and we absolutely supplied more than what they had for players, like literally 120 something jerseys. Where they end up and the collection piece, that's where sometimes it falls between the cracks. So, so anyway, long and the short of it is, I feel like we have to get through this year so that we are, you know, at a year break, this is how it works. And
For me, I think for the budget piece, we're talking about next year. So I want to make sure that our students, that $30,000 and $10,000 is going to cover what they need.
It
And so
will.
that's what, that's all I was trying to get at. Like, you know, like all of that other stuff is procedure stuff and different things about whatever, but like if that number is not the right number, then I would want us to be like accurate in what the needs are. So if you think it's accurate,
we'll make that number work.
And I think when we started our budget discussion, we did have different numbers, and then as we talked through it and we looked at like what the need was for next year, that's the number. Those are the 2 numbers we came up with based on that rotation that you were asking about. So.
anything else on athletics?
Just at the risk of raising another, equipment
if you
is
bring up the app,
defined.
I'm just saying.
Equipment is defined as things like helmets, things that are required for a safety reason as needed to play, correct?
Yes.
But.
So there are 2 lines in the budget.
Okay.
Equipment
Yep,
and supplies and uniforms.
okay,
There's a lot of gray area
okay,
between the 2 of them.
okay.
What do you consider a ball?
See, I would say it's a
But
I can
that's
play
not
this.
whether
I can
we
and supplies.
Define it at, you know, that's
Okay.
it's a difficult distinction. That's hard.
So, uniforms and supplies, like, what else, other than uniforms, what type of supplies comes out of that line item? Balls, nets?
Yep,
Like field hockey stick?
yep. Well, we don't.
No. Well, I'm just saying, field hockey, like things you need to play the sport.
But there is a very gray area between what is considered equipment and what is considered a supply. That's very different.
Like equipment, wouldn't that be considered like, not that we're buying this, but like a soccer goal?
Or a
It's
helmet.
Or a
So,
helmet, like a football helmet,
it's
or a goal, like, it is,
So the way that I'm reading this, Wakeford Middle School has no equipment needs next year. Not a need. I've been to that school, and that feels wrong.
So the equipment, For Whitford Middle School.
Or
depending-
Davisville,
Depe-
or Davisville, whatever, the middle schools.
Depending on what we are talking about, if we're talking about athletic teams, it's different. There was a lot of need for equipment at Whitford that was factored into their budget last year and their budget this year to upgrade a lot of the equipment, like for physical education. And that is in a different budget.
Yeah, that's not
altogether.
this.
That's not this.
It's not
That's in their budget, and
Yeah.
we did factor that in last year. They got an increase. We specifically upped their budget in that line item to replace the equipment, and I believe we did it again this year in a smaller amount, but we did kind of make a concerted effort. But it's not, that's different from what,
So not $1 needed for equipment for the middle schools next year.
in my notes, we rolled it all up into one, because when he's purchasing that line item, he's purchasing it all together, and it gets dispersed as where it's
That's what
needed.
was discussed.
So that's how we.
So the equipment high school one is for everybody?
is like universal, they buy it, we keep it out of that line. I
can
can break
we
it out, we can,
No, I
we
don't
can
care
break it
about
out
the
for next
breakout.
And
year.
that's something we talked about.
We did talk about it.
How
We-
can we do
Just
that?
list it high school and middle school. I don't care like how it's listed, I just don't want it to, like, if you look
Look
at
like we're
this.
spending no money on the
Yeah, it
middle
looks
school.
like you're
Yeah.
very clearly spending no money on the middle school.
I mean,
and
I can
the
just
middle
take it
school
out, put
parents will yell at me,
equipment,
I
and
don't
just
feel
take,
that.
like, we can just make it one line item. for
Yeah,
equipment.
I don't care how you do it, I just
Okay.
want it to be
Cause
reflected.
that's easier for you in terms of like how they're ordering it, because stuff gets moved all over the place where it's needed. Okay, I will do that.
Any other questions on athletics for now? Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Let's go back to facilities.
My question on facilities was, there was a note about ABM custodial having a 4% increase that is built in for each year. Back in April, we had asked for an RFP to be put together to go out to bid for, to explore custodial services. Never came to us. Anybody want to give me an update on that?
We did not do it.
No, I'm going back, like, honestly,
We did not do it.
She knows that. Can we
Well,
still
so-
explore that, I think is the question. Can we put an
Okay.
RFP out just to see, because I think what we determined is that in-house would be too expensive, but also we heard the concerns from the custodial folks that they did not, like, it was, they felt like there was some opportunity there, especially for our long-time employees, and so if we could prioritize that and see if we could get some things in during this budget cycle, that would be helpful.
So I think we could probably turn that around fairly
We could.
quickly, because
So we have-
it has been, it was part of the conversation that I
We have a
had
few RFPs we
with,
could do.
the
with
interim
that, or let's
that we
do-
have right
there's
now.
another one.
Great,
for this budget process, because of the increase and where we're going.
let's do it, bro.
Yeah, so
put it out.
I think it's, we can get it going.
Can I ask you a question?
There is
But what
something
you're
else.
saying,
There's
okay.
another one.
All right.
Does the town use the same people we use?
No.
Could there be cost savings there?
They don't, they're internal, I think, right? They don't use an external company, do they?
I think you're right,
I
because someone
think
who
they
was
have
at the
their
school
own.
department went to the town after.
Yeah.
Okay, I just didn't know if there was like synergy we could have with the town.
It's a great question.
Yeah, I think they
Right?
hire.
We can double check, but I'm pretty sure that they do not have an external company. I feel like
Yeah, I don't
we
think
would
they do.
have talked
Yeah.
about that. RFP for custodial
Okay.
stat.
I mean, what's synergy with the town? What do we say?
Be so silly. I'll check. I'll note. I'll make it. I'll add it to my list, Sherry. What does?
So, if I can just make some comments on
I mean,
this
I'm
overall
sure.
facilities budget. So, I would like to just point out that this was built with, two different interim facility directors at the time. So I did try and take their input, use their expertise in order to build this. So, a lot of the places where you might see a reduction, that was, based on their input on where they thought that maybe we could do things a little bit differently than had been done in the past. And like with custodial services, I think last year, because of Mr. Murphy and I doing this, and we were both kind of green into it, I think we over budgeted last year for custodial services, so that's why you see that reduction, even though there is an increase in what they're having, or what we should see from that contract for the upcoming year. But I would like to say that, like, this is, and I don't want to say a work in progress, we were all pretty comfortable with where we landed when we finalized this, at least to put forward. There are some things that are kind of in flux right now that have happened since we met and built this. For example, like we did, finally purchase the scissor lift that we've been looking for and trying to get since last budget cycle. We finally found one and we got one. So I kind of adjusted and tweaked that because it was originally in the budget and I took it out at the last minute. We're still trying to kind of work through the electricity right now, and we have some of our buildings are still under contract. Some of the other buildings, their contract for our electricity supplier is up, and so we're working through kind of renegotiating that.
Did any of the stuff that the town do impact that with all the?
So the town did it, and we actually worked with their broker at the time, and our rates that we were presently getting were better than what we would have gotten if we had done that. So we stayed with where we were, but the option has always been open that if we wanted to at any point when our contract is up, could switch over to their rates. So right now, the interim facility director, we actually just met, was it last week? Maybe the week before. All time has gone away from me, I apologize. I've lost all track of time, but he and I met specifically to talk about this because he had been talking to the broker that the town had used, the one that we had used in the past, somebody that he knew from somewhere else, to try and make sure that what we were doing, like what contracts we had in place, how long they were. So there was some cleanup that we were doing, but I do think there's going to be some flux in that electricity line, so I just wanted to put that out there. Like once we kind of finalize that, I think we'll have a better idea. But for the most part, this was. Oh,
Sorry, where did sewer go? Is it sewer? There's some line that you had.
Oh, 20.
Vehicle repair?
Oh, vehicle repair.
A vehicle repair, yeah.
Okay.
There's no vehicle.
So, a vehicle repair was a line. This is a great UCOA thing where it does not adequately describe what the line is for. Everything falls under this vehicle repair, but last year we had discussed creating a line and adding that into the budget so that we could try and have something consistently in the budget for fleet upgrades. So we had talked about putting $12,000 in there every year as a lease towards some of the new vehicles because we had an aging fleet. I took it out because we bought 3 new vehicles at the end of last year, which helped to offset that aging fleet. So I felt that it was in the best interest, and both interims agreed that if we were to use that line, we should think about using it elsewhere for other fleet upgrades, whether it be for, not nutrition, that's a different fund, but like a van for
But it's
transportation.
repairs.
But it encompasses leases. I know.
Oh, because the repairs on the buses, the minibuses, are on the transportation line.
Yeah, because this is
Right.
like we own a truck that cuts trees down. It's not
Oh,
the
yeah, yeah. All right,
transportation
I got it.
vehicles. We
Correct.
have other
Correct.
vehicles.
It's
Yeah.
and so
What
I
is
tried
that?
to be when I put this budget together and I built it last year. I tried to align what the actual like UCOA title is to the UCOA object so that it was easy to correlate to UCOA. But doing that sometimes makes it confusing because the line encompasses many other things outside of vehicle repairs.
Another question I had on this one was the electricity solar credit
Mm-hmm.
and why it was under this and not under revenue.
Because it's money we pay, it's not revenue.
Remind
Because
me
we pay it to
again.
the town.
Oh God, yes.
Yes,
okay,
this is
okay.
that awful thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about the. I don't want to talk about the
It
athletic
is an
app. I don't want to talk about
expense,
this.
An expense
Why is it in italics then?
Because
it's
that
part
was
of that
what
line.
we decided to do that so that it was easily identifiable last year because originally it had all been rolled up into one line.
Yep.
Yeah.
Last year we broke
Got
it
it.
out. I kept it in italics just
Yep.
so that it's
Understood.
a visual.
Yep. Thanks. Any other questions on the facilities one?
Just a silly question. We didn't have any snow removal, and
No, we just haven't
made it
gotten billed.
snow.
No, we haven't gotten
Like-
billed for it.
no. In oh, I guess that's this year, huh?
That's
Yeah,
this year.
We just had a giant snowstorm.
No, we
like,
just haven't gotten
this
billed for it
weekend.
yet.
We haven't gotten billed.
Correct.
Oh, that's
we
right.
haven't
Yeah,
had
yeah.
any bills for it yet, and we just had a snowstorm, but school was not in session when it snowed. So
You could do it slower.
Yeah, just you still have to do it
You
right
got
away.
lucky on that one Monday.
Very lucky.
You're not gonna get lucky this
Second
weekend.
one. Okay. Anything else on facilities for now? And Leslie, I did hear your caveat of understood.
yes.
Different colleagues looking at this.
Mhm.
All right, moving on to.
Out of district tuition, I think is where we are.
Yep. Thank you.
Would anyone mind terribly if I used the rest of it?
No, but do we have to extend the meeting?
Oh, I make a motion to extend to 10:15.
I will wait.
Oh, second.
Well, this is the last thing. This is the last
Yeah, second. I think we can do
We'll
it.
do it in 2 minutes.
There's 2 more pages.
No, no, I know, but
Okay,
I'm
all
just
those in
saying.
Yeah, we
favor
can do
of
it.
extending the meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
And yes, can I get a motion for a 5-minute
Make a
recess?
motion to recess.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm ready to.
Thank you all for that.
No worries. We're always welcome to have breaks. Okay, so we are at out-of-district tuition. Does anyone have any questions regarding that?
I had one.
Like there must. If that change, there's got to be a question in there somewhere.
Out of district students, why the reduction?
So are less kids
Why are we-
going
yeah,
to
what's
charter?
happening, Leslie?
Sure.
Explain to us
Nope,
why.
I will
love
bring
it.
it. I was waiting for this one today. So I kind of went about the tuition section of what we are paying out a little bit differently than I did last year. I also think I have a better handle on the ins and outs of how it's coming in. But one of the main reasons is what we budgeted last year, like specifically for charter schools, was we anticipated, based on the numbers that we were getting for potential students going to charter schools, we were at like 114. And when we look at like what we're actually seeing this year, it is a lot less. It's like in the 80s. So there is a big jump from what we were thinking we were going to have this year to what we actually have. Then I took all of those numbers and I looked at who's going to be based on the age range for the charter schools, how many could potentially be coming in, how many do they know is already coming in, who's going to be going out, and what that flux could be. I also reached out to some of we don't have a lot of different schools that kids go to. We have a lot of kids going to like a few schools. So I just reached out and actually had like conversations to be like, I need to realistically know. And I aligned those numbers to more closely match where I think like where we are right now and where we're going to be next year. So like we were originally budgeting for, let's say, like 114 kids, now it's like 103. So that's a big difference. And when we're looking at what the tuitions are, even with a slight increase in what the tuitions could be next year and what we would pay out, it just really brought the number down. And when I look at like what we've paid so far year to date and where we're looking, like we're in line to have a savings this year if we stay at the tuition rates. And obviously it can change. It always does. Like anything else, it can change. But I just felt like we really needed to align them better to where we are right now and less at what we had spent in the prior year. Because the number of kids going now is more of a reflection of who could potentially be going. Like 2025 is kind of the way.
Yeah, like it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter at this
oranges.
point.
Yeah.
And so that's where that big adjustment. So that's where that big flux comes from.
So this would be our lowest expense over the past 3 years.
Mm-hmm. And it's mainly 2 charter schools where we had been anticipating and we had really high numbers, and we do not have those numbers this year.
Do we know why that is?
I do not, and I do not have that information.
Just do the numbers, leave me alone.
That was a conversation. I didn't really get that deep into the conversations. I'm surprised I was actually
Tell me
able.
more about why you're not enrolling students. Like they're gonna be like, go away, Leslie.
No, I'm just like,
They're not like, we want your money.
I don't want to look a
So-
gift horse in the mouth, but I would be curious
Mhm.
to know like what is driving, because we're not seeing an enrollment increase, right? And so if this is going down,
But it could be reducing, and they could be going
to private school.
right?
Going
That's,
to, like, parochial
I'm
school,
just
going to
trying
places
to like
where
track the
there's
narrative.
not that tuition offset, like where we're
Yeah.
not responsible
Right.
to pay for that student anymore.
I think the one thing that is really, really important is if we do use your numbers, which sound like very nice predictive numbers, on September, whatever, if those numbers aren't those numbers, we have to reallocate the funds
Absolutely.
to that budget line.
And-
like,
and
like once you know the actual number
Mhm.
that are going to charter schools, if that doesn't hit the budget number, you have to reallocate. Because I'm fine rolling the dice, but like at some point, you want to make sure that that line's not going to run in a deficit.
Absolutely, and it would be, it's no different than the reverse, like if we
Yeah.
have to adjust our like revenue that we think we're coming in, if we
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
have the tuition to offset that, coming in the other way, or any other budget line item.
Yep.
Yes,
Because
absolutely.
that's a big swing. That's like
it
some
is a
things are
very-
little. That's a big swing.
It's a big
Yeah.
swing, but again.
If it's real, it's real.
Yeah, if I'm looking at like what, and I looked at every invoice that's come in for the students for the first 2 quarters that we've paid this year, and like, what we've gone out, and we, really review them because it's an expense that's going out of the district, and we make sure, like, are these students still enrolled? Like, have they moved? Have they done all these different things? So, I really tried to hone in on it because I noticed in what I was using, like when I was doing my presentations for the town early on, those numbers didn't seem to be aligning everywhere. I was like, okay, we really need to think about this year. So.
All right. Any other questions regarding this? Other operating?
So, this is primarily travel for staff, and it's mostly Like mileage-based travel that isn't part of someone's
It's not
contractual
the
agreement.
stipends.
And furniture fixtures, obviously.
Could that furniture and fixtures be deemed a one-time expense? I mean, when was the last time we replaced the desks at the elementary schools? Seriously.
1974.
Yeah.
So my only comment about that is, and I said this to Leslie when we were reviewing this, having a furniture line in there is a good thing because so many of all of our schools need something.
Mhm.
And so if we have it in there now,
You
it's
should be,
there for
you should
next
be
year.
annually
And every year we
doing
should
it.
be replacing furniture
but-
somewhere. So if we pull it for a one-time expense, there's going to be a one-time expense next year too. So I think we need to build it into the budget so we have that as a line item. Put something there. I mean, I see where you're going with
And
it. I
this-
just
It's just, you're not wrong,
think that
and
one item
we
just-
don't have enough money.
Yeah.
But we
Right.
have money other places, so something we'll have to think through.
Right.
Yeah.
And this I will say too, like, I listed out in my document, like, specific things that people ask for, and people ask for a lot of different things, but I tasked them and I said, provide me numbers. Go back and get a quote for what you were looking for, and if you provide me those numbers, I will add it in the budget. Like, I will make you that promise. I'm not gonna, like, last year, we just said, nope, and we didn't even put it at this stage, we just kind of took it out. And those that did, I made sure that I put it in because I wanted to be respectful of the work that they did and what they gave me. And I will say that $37,000 probably doesn't even scratch the surface for some of these when we think about like the amount of furniture that someplace like Quid is asking for, because they need furniture for every grade level. For other schools, the requests that they have, some of those items are already built into other budgets, so we didn't include them here. But I think that it would be really nice for us to have this line. I have to agree with Dr. Dubuck. Do I think it needs to be $37,000? No. In the past, we've had like a $5,000 line, but that essentially means like one school gets one thing. If it comes down to them not being able to get any of these items again, then I would say yes, let's consider moving it to a one-time and using those other funds, because I would really like to see these schools get some of these items, because they're not heavy lifts.
No, and when we took tours of the facilities, it was very apparent that that had been significant. There's desks that I sat at in the 2000s.
One
Like
of
there's
my- yeah.
significant need in that area.
That's why it wouldn't be that type of plan for
Yeah.
replacing.
One of my most defining memories of Lane Leadall is him like dragging me into his classroom and him pointing at his desks in his classroom for his kids and saying, what do I have to do to get these kids new desks? Like, look at them. Like, so if there is any way that we can get like furniture for all the schools, but like those specifically, like, I mean,
Yeah. Okay. So we have that number in. It will stay in for now, and then.
And again, these are just small requests, like somebody need a laminator or a whiteboard, or and there's a variety of different things that are falling into this.
and that's why I
furniture
think
and
if we
fixtures.
can
It's not
leave
just
those
desks
in the
and-
furniture and fixtures, but take like the big expense items and like maybe offset those,
Mhm.
like that might be something that we could consider.
Why do we not have furnitures and fixtures in each of the schools' lines?
Because
Like,
we
you know-
haven't bought any.
Well, like no, but there's like equipment and repairs. There's different things like that in it, because I'm looking at that number and then I was thinking, oh, like, oh, well, how much is going to the high school? How much is going to Quid? How much is going to Stony? Like, and I heard what you just said is you put in the people who provided you with the quotes for what they needed, but like, if we really want to build it in, and you should build it into each school, like as they, like.
Which I think if we decide that, so,
Yeah.
so for this one-time thing, I put in the number so that we have a number there. Ultimately, we can decide how,
Yeah.
that 37,000 covers the request that I have quotes for.
Mhm.
If we would like to say we're going to cover, like one school asked for desks and chairs for every grade, that is not gonna be covered by $37,000. But it's in the document to say, this is what we have. If we decide that moving forward, we want to do like Dr. Duva is suggesting and keep it as a recurring thing every year, then yes, I agree, we should move it to the individual schools and say every school is going to get X amount of dollars every year, and that's what we do.
And wild idea, you could have a plan, but that's not your fault. That's not your problem. But like, you could have like, like.
Just like we do
School
with
A
technology.
does third grade desks. Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
just like we do with technology,
You
we
have
have
a
like a rotating
rotating.
5-year plan.
So that'll be the director of operations.
Is that where playground equipment would go as well?
for furniture and fixtures?
Like under equipment general?
So technically no, because that's considered a capital.
Or you
That's
have
a
to-
capital asset, so that's a different.
Where would playground equipment go?
Under we'll get there. It's under capital.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's just not in operating.
Yeah.
Okay, did we get through all the not school
Yep,
ones?
the next one is NKHS.
Okay, so we will, unless people want to keep going, I would recommend that we adjourn now, and then we can pick up there at our next meeting, and then also whatever else, whatever else we need to talk about. Is that okay with you?
So for clarification, so next week.
I was just gonna say,
Yeah,
oh my
yeah.
God, point of clarification.
Yeah, so for next week is a regular school committee meeting, the following week is another budget workshop.
Do you want stuff for the meeting?
I think.
No, I think
Do you wanna break
I
it
think
up?
we should finish this
Yeah,
at the next school committee meeting.
Next week.
Like, we could do a budget section, we could do this part at next week's meeting, and then we could workshop a whole different section of the budget at the next one, would be my recommendation.
So
So
like
we
all
would
of
just
the-
do this part at
Yeah, so all
the
of the
Tuesday meeting.
enterprise funds will need to bring.
Yeah,
forward
you're
for
gonna
the
get that, so
program.
the enterprise funds and the nutrition, so nutrition is an enterprise funds, so you're gonna get kind of like a rolling, stuff in the folder for all
Yeah.
of those much sooner than
Yeah,
the
we'll do
February 3rd meeting. It's just, I wanted to do them all together and not all of them.
Yep.
Okay.
Can I get a motion to, wait,
Correspondence.
we don't have correspondence.
No, we don't.
on this
All
one. Can I have a
right.
motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.